going to start in 1 minute. Morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's February 2nd meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start our meeting today with an invocation by Pastor Mike Bell, and if you would remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Borelli. Thank you.
Good morning. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we praise you and bless you. And we pray today in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We ask that you cover our county with your mighty hand of protection and blessing. Watch over every county worker today, over this board, and over the good citizens of this area. May your grace and peace be evident in all the operations and discussions that will be discussed today. And may this county prosper under your mighty hand. Bless us now, O Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that's brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hurrah. Carry on.
Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to discuss and consider items noticed in this agenda with an asterisk pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, which authorizes discussions and consideration of employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, demotion, dismissal, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of a public officer, appointee, or employee. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on February 17th, 2026 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney Davis, excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin.
Yes, good morning. I recently attended a meeting with some of the board members of the Chloride Water District. We actually went out and traced from where Chloride gets their water from GVID all the way up to the town of Chloride. We did not observe any leaks, which is leading us to believe now that the massive water leaks that they have in town are in individual connections in there. So now we're going to work at getting somebody out there to check those connections to see if we can stop that water loss, which is significant for that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Borelli.
Nothing.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Board of Health meeting where we had an overview on the budget and on vectors and communicable disease reporting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Lettman.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. As everybody knows, the legislature is open. There's been a number of water bills that have been introduced. In the coming weeks, we'll be tracking some of those and reporting on some of those for the public to stay aware. And also, those of you that have been reading the newspapers, our governor and Arizona Department of Water Resources Director Bachansky they were one of 7 states that were called back to meet with Interior Secretary Burgum to talk about the Colorado River. I think they're pivoting towards hopefully a framework that would be the next 5 years or so, but there's a deadline coming up February 14th where the states have to come up with at least a basic framework that people can live with, and we're all watching very closely to see what happens there. The post-2026 Colorado River Guidelines, EIS, Environmental Impact Statement process is actively ongoing. Mojave County and our water attorney, Clark Hill, were putting together some comments, official comments on behalf of our citizens of Mojave County on that process, and we're going to get those turned in by the deadline of March. And so that's all I have. County Manager's Report.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. I have a short report today. Mojave County Public Works Department, under the leadership of Steve Lutowski, applied for and successfully secured over $5.5 million of federal funds under the Highway Safety Improvement Program. Of those, $3.75 million to construct shoulders and rumble strips along a section of White Hills Road, and $2.2 million to construct high-friction pavement treatment, as well as shoulder widening on London Bridge Road in the Lake Havasu City area. For both projects, the design is scheduled or slated for fiscal year 27, and the construction is in FY 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Elters. We have two presentations this morning. The first presentation is a presentation providing updates on the Employee Benefit Trust and Wellness Program. Presentation to be given by John Hatz, Area Vice President, Gallagher, and Tori Hudson, Senior Wellness or Wellbeing Consultant. So if you all want to come up to the podium, we welcome you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. Just waiting for the presentation to come up, and
Of course. We get the EBT presentation up. There we go. All right.
right again, good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. I'm John Hatz with Gallagher Benefits. I'm here to give you a brief overview of the Employee Benefits Program, a little highlight of what they're looking at for the future coming up, and a wellness overview, and of course, address any questions that you may have.
Great.
So, give you a brief overview. The trust is created to oversee the employee benefits program. Their charge is to hold, invest, administer the trust funds to provide benefits to the program. Its participants and their beneficiaries to cover reasonable expenses in administering the benefit plans and the trust. It's the overall kind of charge of the Board of Trustees. Mojave County offers a comprehensive benefit package to its employees that include full medical, dental, and vision coverage, life, employee assistance, very robust wellness program that we'll get into a little bit later, and then some optional supplemental plans like life, accident, critical illness, hospital plans, and then various other voluntary benefits that the employees have access to. The trust is made up of 7 trustees. The chair of the trust is Rich Letman, county manager, and then folks representing the other districts, Jim Hammersley, Rick Hernandez, Berlantino, Susie Purnell, Duran Cano, and Joy Bancroft. So a couple of the upcoming items that we're looking for the fiscal 27 year are some cost-saving initiatives. 2 of the highlighted items here are, one is a proposed opt-out incentive program. And basically what that is you provide a financial incentive for employees who have qualified coverage elsewhere to waive coverage and then potentially get coverage on, say, their spouse's plan with another employer. We've outlined here a couple of the rules that would govern that type of program. One, you would have to have credible coverage elsewhere. not marketplace or Medicare coverage, things like that. It would have to be critical coverage under a qualified plan through, say, another employer's, through a spouse of employer plan. One of the opt-out credits that we've modeled is an incentive, and this is just based off of the current rates and contributions. These are subject to change based on the final budget of the upcoming year, but for illustrative purposes, we've outlined what it would look like if you offered a $65 per pay period incentive for folks to waive coverage. It would be an annual cost of a little over $1,500 for each employee that would waive coverage. It has an EBT savings of about a little over $400, a department savings of about $6,800. The net total savings is a little over $6,700 per employee that would waive coverage. I will kind of pause there to see if there are any questions on that type of program.
You can go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you. Additional options that we're looking at for the county is a program called FedLogic. This is a service that they provide to the employees that could have extraordinary health conditions. What they do is help employees find state and federal aid that is available to them based on certain medical conditions that could qualify them for other programs, say premature babies, things like that. It's a service to the county. It's a service to the employees. What they're looking to do is find a value and help employees navigate the state and federal system to access these types of benefit. It is very challenging. A lot of your employees don't even know that these programs are out there. What these folks do is they come in and they work directly with your employees under certain situations and help them get access to those programs. And what it does is they outline if that program is more beneficial to them than it is just staying on the health plan. So one, it's a better benefit for the employees, and two, the positive byproduct of that is it can provide savings for the county. So it's a very good service. The range is, the estimated savings is between $79,000 and $237,000, depending on how many people utilize it, and the cost of the program is about $38,000.
I think you just talked about what was on the bottom of the slide, Supervisor Levin. Okay.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, the county provides its participants and employees a very robust wellness program, and I believe I have my wellness consultant on the line to go over this slide. And so with that, I will turn it over to Tori Hudson.
Ms. Hudson, are you with us? Do you see her?
I do not.
She mentioned she was in the waiting room, but I'm prepared to walk through the slide.
How about you do that?
Okay.
Appreciate that.
In the spirit of time, I will go through the wellness overview.
We appreciate that.
So as part of the comprehensive benefit package, again, the county offers a very robust wellness program to their employees. In-house wellness includes monthly lunchtime brown bags, various wellness topics, running, Tai Chi, eating, recipe swaps, things like that. Various on-site screenings throughout the year. These are very valuable, and we're seeing increased participation year over year for these on-site screenings, and they include mammograms, cardiac and organ, health risk assessment, healthy heart and blood draw, flu shots, and skin cancer. And again, these are scheduled throughout the year for your employees to, they don't have to miss work. They can come in and, these types of screenings are provided on site. In addition, there's a couple of other programs. One is Hinge Health. This is a virtual physical therapy. So a lot of times, if your employees and members are going through some physical issues, musculoskeletal, need some rehab, they can access this benefit online and find ways to get their exercises done without trying to schedule a visit or several months out into a PT clinic. So this is a very great benefit. And then a new one that we implemented 7/1 of 2025 is Digby Health. This is a very innovative program that's just being brought to the group level, and what they do is it's a holistic, whole person solution on weight management, gut health, diabetes, mental health. They provide employees with a food sensitivity test, a gut test. They look at their genetic makeup. They align them with a coach. And, it's a very personalized program. And so far we've received great feedback. And I just have one quick, testimonial to go through just to show how receptive it's been with your employees that have utilized the benefit. So, this individual said, "I'm so glad that I opened the email and gave it a shot. I had a bariatric surgery 3 years ago and have lost 216 pounds, but I still had gut, mood, skin issues no one could explain. Digby helped finally understand what foods were triggering the inflammation, and I learned so much. I'm even sharing the program with coworkers because it's made such a big difference for me." So just very positive. And we have several more of those, but in the interest of time, I thought I would just share that one as very impactful. Here's another one. I won't read it verbatim, but again, you can look through. And so the folks that are participating in this program and they're seeing it through are seeing some changes that are basically positively impacting their life for the good. And that is all I have for you today.
Great. We thank you for the presentation. Is there questions? Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
I just want to thank John and the entire EBT team and Director Demers. I'm really looking forward to see how the opt-out policy works, what the adoption rate of that will be. But, it's a great program. I'm surprised we weren't doing it before. And every employee we get that can opt out to a spouse's health care saves the taxpayers over $7,000. So what have we got? 1,600 employees in these plans. Let's see what happens, but good job.
Thank you. Yeah. Supervisor Gould, any comments? Supervisor Borelli? Supervisor Martin? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment. Yeah. Second presentation today, we have our own Northwest District Director or Administrator, Anthony Brosich from Arizona Department of Transportation. Thank you for being here this morning, Anthony. You have a presentation. And if you'd like to go ahead and we'll get your presentation up on the screens for everybody to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. I appreciate the invite to be here today and present status on ADOT projects in the area. Wanted to start with, I think what everybody has seen for a while is the US 93 I-40 West Kingman TI system interchange. Original contract amount, $160 million. We are about 60% of the way through that project, maybe 65. SR 95 South Palo Verde Road to Price Road, the center raised median. That project was completed, but I did want to leave it on there so I could share with everybody. We have found some modifications, some funds to do some modifications based on the feedback we have gotten from the public, and we anticipate a public announcement going out in the next week or two on when those modifications will start. I-40 Rancho Santa Fe Parkway, the Flying Fortress, and the new traffic interchange funded by City of Kingman funds as well as state funds, legislative funds, should be done, I want to think, later this year. We have the I-40 California border to Flagstaff, which is an ITS project running fiber from California to Flagstaff. I believe that's about 80% done as far as the install. There still will be a lot of system testings once we have that in place. US 93 Tony Avenue to Rocky Point Road was some modifications in the medians up there where we have the gas stations. Hopefully allow the tractor trailers and the crossing over the directional lanes to improve, so less incidents than we've been having. US 93 Sanctuary Road I-40 is a pavement project started last year. It will jump over the current West Kingman TI project and come into downtown Kingman, finish off the light there at the end of Bill Street. That section has been in need of some repair for a while, so I'm looking forward to see that one happening as well. I-40 Holy Moses Wash to Rattlesnake Wash. This is jumping 3 other projects: West Kingman TI, the East Kingman one that just finished, as well as the Flying Fortress. But we knew the need of getting I-40 in that section repaired as well, so we are running them concurrently. So thank you for everybody bearing with the traffic, but it should be pretty good once it's done. US 93 Cane Springs, 4-lane divided highway. We're getting closer to make that on all 4 lanes. That project is also looking to end the end of this year, and that will have 2 new bridges, 4 lanes, and connect a very small segment between existing sections of 4 lanes. US 93, Old Wiki up to Hillside Road, north of Nothing, is a pavement pres job. And then I have some pictures of the current projects. This is West Kingman TI, looking down from one of the new overpasses we're building on the left, and on the right is looking south from the new alignment of the I-40 west to 93 north, and the earthwork that's happening there. On the left, we have a picture again from above the flyover. Same flyover west to north, and this is looking over I-40 and the rock cut that's happening on the north side of 40 there. On the left. On the right, we have a new alignment of 93 and where that transition ramp to 93 from I-40 is going to go over. The boxes you see, the small one's a drainage box, and the larger one is actually the road for Fort Beale. More of the flyover from down below, and more of the boxes with the drainage structure that's going in. Pier cap construction. The Rancho Santa Fe Parkway, they're setting girders, getting that built. We'll hopefully have traffic back on the main line and finished probably before Kingman's project to connect to the north to Airway gets started. Cane Springs, again, the new 4 lanes and new bridges while traffic is running on the existing alignment. Concrete deck bore. Holy Moses Wash to Rattlesnake Wash, again, where we had 2 projects going at the same time. The pavement pres is also resurfacing Rattlesnake Wash, which should help. It's been plagued with potholes and roughness for a while. Just threw in the pavement preservation on 93. We all like to see it nice and black. Upcoming projects. I-40 Lake Havasu, TI. It should be one of the last sections west of Kingman that we have paved in the past 4 years. Should complete that section of I-40 with new pavement. The I-40 Lake Havasu TI bridge, we are actually doing a deck replacement, but also widening it to allow for the larger traffic in that area. On I-40 US 93 Silver Springs, pavement preservation, essentially going from 93 east, but we also have a pavement pres from I-40 on 93 going south. Modernization projects. City of Kingman has various improvements being advertised right now. Mojave County, as the county manager mentioned, we have a shoulder widening, but we also have a rail highway safety, redoing a railroad crossing up off of 66. And then US 93 passing lane, it's extending one of the existing passing lanes down there by the rest area. I-40 Kingman Crossing interchange is still on the books, but the funding is still being looked for. I heard that some negotiations are re-engaged, I'll say again, but that is something that is designed and just looking for the funding. On US 93 Vista Royale, as well as the Gap A project. We've tied those two together to do the widening from Wickenburg Ranch past 89 up to the existing 4-lane section in that area, and that is supposed to go out to bid by the end of this fiscal year. Big Jim Wash is another 4-lane widening that we're currently designing and should bid this year, or fiscal year 28 construction, bid fiscal year 27. That will go pretty much from Santa Maria Wash south with a whole new alignment down to Big Jim Wash. And lastly, I wanted to say, for those who didn't know, I am departing state service after 15 years with ADOT, 4 in this position. And it's been a pleasure serving in this capacity. I don't know if you guys know, but I started my career with ADOT in Kingman. So it has a place in my heart, and I enjoy it. I have my first boss, Mike Candelas, first district engineer that I had here. So it was nice that he could make it. But again, just wanted to say thank you.
Supervisor Borelli, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your service, sir. I got a question on Highway 95 and Palo Verde. What modifications are you going to be doing?
So we are reducing the size of the bullnose. So it is not as wide as it currently is, and we are taping into the existing curb that's there. There are 2 small sections where the curb will be modified, again, shrunk closer or given more lane width. This is an interim effort, and we will continue to look at other things we can do down the road if there is more need as it goes.
Is there a timeline, Mr. Chairman, and sir, is there a timeline on completion of that?
Completion of the interim, I'm hoping within, I think contractor said 60 to 90 days.
Okay. Very good. You'll make Supervisor Gould and my constituents very happy. Thank you.
Supervisor Martin, question?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brosich, thank you for your service in Mojave County. I have a comment that I hear, and I suspect you do too. Highway 93 North, when ADOT went through there and did all that cutting, it now looks like a third world country road. And the condition of the road, of course, is horrible. I mean, they're developing potholes out there that those small cars probably just drop into. But my concern is, that highway gets a tremendous amount of vehicular traffic, and yet those cutters went through there, cut up all that garbage, and it looks horrible. Is there anything that ADOT can do to clean that mess up? I mean, it's an embarrassment. It truly is. And I just wonder what you folks are going to do about it.
You're referring to the cutting on the vegetation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That was done in the head of this Sanctuary Road project, but we will certainly take a look at that. Thank you for the feedback. And I would assume by the end of the project, we can have something done about that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brozich, thank you for your service to the state and to our community. I'm sure you got a ton of feedback on the median project in the Lake Havasu area. I have my idea how I would have done that project, but I don't have your job or the guys above you that made that decision. I did get a call from a constituent. Recently, there was an article in the newspaper that talked about trimming back. And I'm not sure if they're talking about trimming the curb back. When you poured that, you poured the two curbs further out beyond, we used to call it Bumpy Bridge, but I think it's Warm Springs Wash Bridge. You poured the curbing around the median, and then you came back and filled the median in with concrete. The constituent thought if we were going to trim back, you should trim back to the joint between the curb and the fill. I don't know that you can really do that structurally or not, but I thought I would pass that along. On exit 25 off of Interstate 40, it appears that my incessant whining may have had some benefit. I saw tail end of last week, the survey crew was out there and they were putting ribbon surveyor's tape up, and it appeared that they were going to realign East Frontage Road above I think it's Cal Airy Road or I forget what they actually call the overpass at 25. Google has its own name for it, but it looked like they were flagging it as if they were going to run the frontage road below that straight across and remove the dog leg. I don't know if you have any information on that. You're getting a puzzled look on your face, so I'm thinking not.
I'm trying to remember the projects we're out there developing.
Sure.
Is this by the Indian restaurant?
Yeah,
Okay.
between that and the overpass.
Okay. So on that interchange south of that restaurant on the east side of the road, I was able to secure funds from what we call a minor project. And that intersection itself, the northwest corner, trucks making that turn have trouble navigating that, hitting that guardrail, taking both lanes. So the project is to actually widen that corner to allow those trucks to flow more freely with the space they need to make that turn without going into the oncoming traffic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my constituents will appreciate it also.
We heard them on that one too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman, comments? Anthony, I'm going to wrap up here. You've been a great partner as you've been our district administrator up here. Hundreds of millions of dollars of active projects in our district right now. I mean, everywhere you look, there's infrastructure improvements going on from ADOT, and I just wanted to say thank you for your service. We know your last day with ADOT is Friday, I believe this Friday. We've got a little plaque that we'd like to present you with. I'll read this into the record. It says, presented to Anthony Broshich, ADOT Northwest District Administrator, with sincere appreciation for a tremendous job leading major ADOT projects in the Northwestern District. Your service, professionalism, and results leave a lasting legacy. Your impact will be remembered. 2026. If we could present this to you and get a photo, we'd certainly appreciate it, and we wish you the very best.
And let me reiterate, your staff is great to work with too. So they made it easy.
That moves us to our consent agenda. We'll start with Supervisor Lettman. Would you like to remove any items from consent this
I
morning?
would. Item 31.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items 7, 15, and 17.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
Looking at the long list that you have in front of you, I don't know nothing.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Martin.
Nothing.
And I'm going to remove items 10 and 14. We have an individual that has signed up to speak on those. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, minus items 7, 10, 14, 15, 17, and 31.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. We'll move to item number 7. Approve the adoption of U.S. Resolution number 2026-035, a rezone of assessors parcel number 229-22029D from a C2H highway commercial zone to a CMO commercial manufacturing open lot storage zone to allow for open lot storage in the Fort Mojave vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a storage facility made with cargo containers. That's acceptable to me, but I want those cargo containers to all be painted the same color so they effectively look like metal buildings. So I'd like to add, I'm going to make this motion be approved, and in addition, the storage containers shall be painted on site to all the same color.
Any additional discussion? Supervisor Borelli.
Any particular color?
No, I'm giving them the freedom to choose the color. I just want them to be the same.
Bright orange or purple?
Doesn't matter. If you look at some of the storage buildings that we have, they are extremely bright colors. So I'm not going to make that put that limit on them.
Entertain a motion or additional discussion?
That was a motion.
That was a motion. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Attorney Davis, I made an error. I actually pulled item 10, and I meant to pull item number 16. So do I ask for a reconsideration of the consent agenda?
There would be two, one, yes, to answer your question, yes, a reconsideration of item 16 that was previously approved in the adoption of the consent agenda. I think that wording would be sufficient, and then item 10 itself would have to be approved.
Okay, well, we'll get through 10. I'll make a motion to approve item number 10.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Thank you. I'd like to make a reconsideration motion for item number 16.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Thank you. So now we'll move to item number 14. Mr. McClure, you signed up to speak on this item?
You're not going to...
Did
You're going to vote on 16, or is that the motion to reconsider?
that was the motion to reconsider item number 16.
I believe you still have to move 16.
Oh, I have to move 16 first, excuse me. Okay, excuse me. Mr. McClure, you signed up to speak on item 16 as well, so we're going to talk about item number 16 first. Thank you, sir.
So I'm doing 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I looked at the map on this. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, you got me confused too. Normal. What are they going to clean, and is this new? Is this adding to the budget, or what the heck is going on here? This is Colorado City. You know, it ends up costing over $31,000 a year. We're trying to build a morgue. You know, every little bit counts here. Is this new, or what, adding on to the budget, or what?
Director Toski or Tara, I see you coming down. Thank you. Just a brief overview of this. Director Acton, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. For the Colorado City Janitorial, we have been providing these services under smaller contracts. And so historically, probably for the last 15 or 20 years, we were able to get service providers at each of these remote locations, and they were individual service providers. Over the course of the last couple years, less people have been willing to provide the service. And so what we realized when we did our last renewal is that we were hitting the point that it exceeds my authority. At $30,000-ish per year, we could only do a 3-year contract. Our standard practice is to try and get contracts in place for 5 years. And so to continue to do this under an informal solicitation method would mean that we were artificially limiting the scope of work so that it didn't have to go through the formal process. So this is just a cleanup measure for us to make sure that we're being fully transparent with the board on the services that are provided.
Thank you. And they're ongoing is what you said.
They are ongoing services at the locations in like the Colorado City area up north.
I would make a motion to approve item number 16.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 14 again. Supervisor, Mr. McClure, sitting as the Board of Directors for Mojave County Flood Control District, approved the application to Arizona State Land Department to purchase approximately 25 acres east of Vanderslice Road and north of Sunrise Vistas subdivision, and authorize the district engineer to sign the application in the right of entry agreement. Also approve the payment of approximately $350,000 in fees, which includes $2,000 for the application, $5,000 for the appraisal, $5,000 for advertising cost, and $335,000 for the land purchase. Funds will come from the Flood Control District. This is a development services item. Mr. McClure, you sign up to speak.
Yeah. I looked at the map. This is the one I looked at the map on. And we're going to be able to, once you divert all the water to a certain area that you hopefully have plans for, this is going to fix quite a bit of the floodplain out in that area. I almost bought a mobile home out in that area that the very part went out in Camp Mojave there. Till I found out it was in the floodplain, and I went out to nowhere. And I said, not even. I was flooded out when I was 16 years old, and that ruined my high school sports. There was no more. So I refused to even consider that whole area. Are you going to... I don't see any plans on this or whatever. Yeah. Reading the wrong one again. Is this state park land?
State trust. Arizona State Trust, yep.
State trust, yeah, okay. You guys have to do is there anybody else going to do an open bid on this, or just you guys?
I'll call up the...
Okay, because I'm trying to get a road built from down there in Bullhead, from the field house over to that state trust land that they're trying to sell. The bidders never show up. They want to put in those billion-dollar homes, which we need like a hole in the head. Got enough idiots over there anyway.
Church Holter, you just want to do a brief overview on this project.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. If you remember, just this last monsoon season, we've had quite a bit of rain, and especially in this area. This area's got a lot of water running through it. We've had several individuals come to the Board of Supervisors in regards to homes being flooded in this area. This basin would be located in an area that would allow for the water to be detained on state land. And the question that was asked by the speaker, what happens to the water afterwards, really what it is, it's a detention basin to be able to hold the water so that it has time to evaporate and not just go down to the properties down below. The process is a lengthy process. As soon as we were aware of some of these issues in that area, we applied to the state department to be able to see what we could do to get some land in that area. We recently just went through this same process on a basin here in the Kingman area. We just went to public auction. It is a public auction, so it's not just us that does the bidding on it, but anybody could bid on it. This last auction that we went to bid for, that was just us there, along with one other individual that was applying for, or they said they would try to offer a bid if we didn't get it, but we did get it. So I would assume it'd be the same process on this one.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Manager Elters.
If I can add just a thought or two. We have already, based on what you heard from Director Haltry and the flooding that we experienced, we've done a conceptual study and identified this as a potential project. So this step is really to get the board approval to proceed forward. The location of this detention basin is suitable. It's in the floodway already, so it has limited function other than this. You couldn't really develop much of it, if any, for any other development because it is in the floodway. So we place it in a design concept report where it is because it makes sense, but we can't move forward without the board approval. And yes, anytime you go through the auction process with the state land, anybody could come out. The reality and bid on it, but the reality is because of the use, it's only suitable for detention of floodwater and not other uses. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, I only pulled this because we had a speaker. This is your district. Would you like to make a motion or any comment?
Yeah, I will. I don't know if members back in September, I think we had that rain event. We had a couple of families that came and complained about the flooding in that area. I went out and took a look at it. And even though the one couple's home is still built, when it was built, the floor level is where it's supposed to be for flood level in that area, it still flooded their house out because you got more water going through there. That whole area was essentially had water flowed all over that whole area. So if we can get the money to build this retention basin, we can hold that water up there. And then I think it just meters out whatever exceeds the capacity at a reasonable flow that can get down into the wash without flooding people's homes out. Before I was supervisor, I did not realize what a flooding problem they have in Mojave Valley and Fort Mojave. Even though I'd been senator for 8 years before that, it wasn't really on my radar screen. But they have an incredible flooding problem, and more so even than Lake Havasu did originally. So we need to do something with them. That's why we have a flood control district. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve number 14.
Supervisor Borelli?
Second.
Thank you. Additional discussion? I completely concur with your comments, Supervisor Gould. We need to make sure that we maximize the value of every single one of those flood control, public safety dollars that we can, and put those monies into the places where they're going to do the most good and take as many properties out of the floodplain. So I support that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Excuse me. Move to item number 15, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was looking at this item, and I just wanted to make sure that when it says it's a one-year contract with 5 years of renewal, and I'm concerned, I want to make sure that we're writing these things properly so we don't get into the Acela issue. Again, that it will require us to come back every year and approve that. I just want to stay out of any lawsuits. I think if we write clean contracts, then we avoid going to court on them.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisor Gould. This contract, we did try to push back to them to do it as 1 year with renewal options. What they asked for was to do automatic renewals, but we capped it at 5 years to make it in line with our updates to the procurement code. I think we did it last February. We updated the code about software and making sure that we kept software agreements at that 5-year mark. So this is actually our effort. We had multiple agreements with NeoGov, the Sheriff's Office, HR, and Public Health all use NeoGov. And so this was us combining all of those smaller agreements, which were already on auto renewals, and they were auto renewals for perpetuity, into an agreement that we have a little bit more control over. But to answer your initial question, it is automatic renewals at the anniversary term of each year at a maximum of 5 years so that we can go back and look at it. But it does give us the option to terminate. So it's not, some of the issues that we have is if they have stated prices, you end up in a dispute with the software provider of what their intent was. This is not set up that way. It'll auto renew if we want to continue with the services, but we do have an option if either of the departments decide they don't need it to notify the software company that we no longer want to use their services.
Mr. Chairman, so Tara, it's automatic renewal unless we decide otherwise?
Yeah, and a lot of auto renewals go that way. I'm sorry, I don't actually have the agreement pulled up here, but usually there's a 60 or 90-day notice. And so what we do with my team is we tickle it in our system to reach out to the departments prior to that notification timeline to make sure they're still happy with the service. If they aren't, then we have plenty of time to comply with the requirements of the contract to notify them of non-renewal.
So it doesn't really say that in the description of the item, that it says renewing annually. I guess that is what it does, but it would be clearer if it said automatic renewal annually. Because we need to know that we'd be basically approving a 5-year contract.
So, and I appreciate that. I'll try to be cleaner in my motions. The backup that was provided, one of the paragraphs says that we've been working with the vendor to bring these modules under one contract with the same terms as well as renewal language that would auto-renew for a period that does not exceed 5 years and provides the county with the ability to terminate the contract, providing a 60-day termination notice. So it is in the agenda communication memo, but we will do better at getting it on the board action form so that it's easy for you guys to find it.
Sure, that'd be appreciated. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments? Tara, I one question for you. In the terms and conditions, what's the venue for any anticipated arbitration or litigation? I see that these guys are from El Segundo, California. Not that it ever, you don't want it to happen, but hopefully the venue would be in Arizona, not California, so you don't have to hire outside attorneys.
Scrolling the document. Give me just a moment. This is something that we always look for in agreements. Sometimes they aren't willing to make changes, but I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm not seeing it in the backup that I have. If you guys, would you mind giving me some time to look for it and confirm before you take a vote on it? Can we come back to this item?
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Yeah, I'd rather look and confirm.
Yeah, I mean, I think we owe it to at least ask. It's always in our best interest to make sure, in my own opinion, that the venue for any anticipated arbitration or mediation or litigation that happens in Arizona.
And the problem that we have, especially with software agreements, is sometimes they're not open to changing any of their terms. And so we have a real conversation with our legal team of saying, what is the risk? Either we don't have this service or we agree to terms that maybe aren't most favorable to the county. So let me look at the additional terms and conditions and if we can come back at the end of consent on this, maybe I should have the answer.
Well, we've got
a couple more.
2 more items on consent, so we'll bring you back at the end of that, okay? We'll move to item number 17. Sitting as the Board of Directors of the Mojave County Library District, accept and authorize expenditure of money donations in the amount of $500 and accept non-monetary donations in the amount of $19,021.50 for donations of materials received, cataloged, and added to the library collection from July 2025 through December 25, as detailed in the backup materials. This is pulled by Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My assistant was looking through the list of books that are being that have been donated to go into the public library system, and she didn't get a chance to go through all of them. So I'm going to ask you to continue this item for 30 days in a motion eventually. But let me read one of these descriptions of this book that's supposed to be suitable for an 8-year-old. Okay, this is The Beautiful Something Else by Ash Van Otterloo. Is a middle grade fantasy novel about a non-binary child, Sparrow, who navigates family issues like parental substance abuse and their own identity journey after moving in with their trans aunt, Mags, and finding a supportive queer community at a place called Rainbow House. This book was published in 2023, blends realistic themes with magical elements like Sparrow's magical shadow to explore self-discovery, acceptance, and finding your true self. I think that book is unacceptable for 8-year-olds, and I would like to move that we continue this item for 30 days to allow myself and my staff to take a hard look at these books that are going into our library system. I'm not sure whether this book is on the shelf already or not. But we need to make sure, if we're trying to encourage children to use the library, the things that are in the library should be acceptable to their parents. That I don't think is acceptable. So my motion is to continue this item for 30 days.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 31 on our consent agenda. Accept amendment number 1 of the project sponsor agreement between the Mojave County Sheriff's Office and the Arizona State Parks Board in the amount of $86,238 for a total amended award of $521,638 as provided in the backup materials. Authorize the chairman of the board to sign the project sponsor agreement and revised budget as submitted. Supervisor Lettman, you pulled this. Thank you.
Yes, I was hoping the sheriff could come on, or a representative of the sheriff, and talk to us about the off-highway vehicle activity program What I'm most interested in is what's the current program look like? This is an amendment to one, and have we purchased most of the items on this? And how are we paying for our share of the project?
Thank you. Clerk Skubal, do we have someone from the sheriff's office?
The sheriff is available.
Good morning, Board. Chairman Lingenfelter. Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Letman. I'm thankful you pulled this because I'm always happy to explain grant opportunities that we seek at the Sheriff's Office. And as you know, over the course of the last 10 years or so, we've been very active in obtaining large amounts of funding through grants to augment our patrol division, well, our entire agency, with the ongoing effort to provide top-notch law enforcement and public safety services. Last year, you, the board, approved a grant through the Arizona, I think it was Parks, Arizona State Parks for off-road vehicles, equipment designated for off-road use, and funding for off-road patrol. We have recognized for many years now that there has been an increase in off-road activity. We unfortunately tend to take the lion's share of calls out in the desert. State agencies, in theory, are first responders, yet we usually are there long before them if they do appear. And so we're thankful to get the grant last year. This particular addendum is to that grant. This is for additional funding to obtain equipment associated with our off-duty patrols, including personal protective gear. There's also a significant amount of education material that we are looking to get to try and educate the public. Our biggest concern continues to be off-road accidents. We've seen an increase in off-road accidents over the years, and that's simply due to the volume of people using the desert. So we're trying to do our part, and again, we're thankful to get this funding, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Lemon?
Sheriff Schuster, how are we paying for our $120,000 share of the overall program? Is that through in-kind, through hours, I'm assuming?
We're actually taking it out of the county manager's salary. He doesn't know that yet, but I'm kidding, of course. No, we were fortunate enough to receive close to, I think it was $91,000 through a grant from, it was either state trust land or state parks, to encompass the lion's share of that. The remaining $30,000 is something that we're providing that service anyhow, so those would be routine patrol hours when we get calls out in the desert.
Okay.
So yes, it's an in-kind. To answer your question, it is an in-kind.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and move for approval item 31.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisors. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Let's see. Tara, did you have an answer on item number 15? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I do. And I was looking, there's multiple terms and conditions for government. But it does state that the venue is California, specifically LA. It does have other provisions for government entities about indemnification and following permitted laws. But a lot of these government softwares will say, if a government entity, it will be in that government's area. This one does not say that. So I can offer a couple options. If the board's comfortable, we can move forward with it as stated. Or if you'd like, we can try to push back to them and see if we can get an additional special term agreed to for this particular contract.
Question back to you. If we did push back and ask, is it a detriment to whoever's using this?
I think we've got existing agreements in place. This would change those agreements. And so I think we've got the services that we need. We could push back and probably come fairly quickly.
2 weeks? 2 weeks would be okay?
I think 2 weeks would be fine. Or actually, I was going to suggest if you get permission for you to sign it, assuming that we can make this one change, then I can bring it to you as soon as we have that change. And then we don't have to wait for the next board meeting if that would work.
What's the pleasure of the board? I'd like to at least ask the vendor if they'd be willing to change the venue.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I'm comfortable approving it pending Tara getting that information and giving you the authority to sign it at a later date. And that would be my motion.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you, Tara. Board, that brings us to our public hearings, starting with item number 38. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 38, discussion and possible action. Approve the adoption of Mojave County Ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance setting forth an amendment to the Mojave County Building Ordinance 2021-03, Section R105.5, to allow for a one-time special inspection with a fee of $65 to reinstate the expired permit and conduct a final inspection. The final inspection will be based on the code edition in which the structure was originally permitted. This would only apply to residential single-family residences. The Building Code Advisory Board and the Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak on item number 38 during the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 38 during the public hearing? Going once, going twice. I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 38, and I'm going to open it up to discussion to the board.
I'll move to approve item 38 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I got a question.
Supervisor Gould. Or actually, do I have a second?
Is
to
it
the motion? Okay, additional discussion. Supervisor Gould.
Looks like Director Holtry's coming down.
Great.
Director Holtry, is this going to cause a problem when a person is in the process of building and their building permit expires?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, so you're saying if they're in the process of building, they haven't done all the inspections that they're supposed to be doing, and the permit expires, does it cause an issue? Is that what your question is?
That's the question.
I don't believe so. This would only apply if they didn't get the final inspection. And we've seen a few instances with this, and that's why it's on the agenda today. We actually have an individual that's waiting to see what happens with this one. And it really shouldn't be an issue going forward, we're hoping, because of the new software is going to be notifying each applicant. We're trying to get it so that it does it every 30 days prior to expiration or 15 days prior to expiration. It's going to send them an automatic notification, hey, this is expiring. Sometimes we run into issues when the contractor leaves or goes out of business or something like that, and then they never get that final inspection. And we've had a few of these instances where the homeowner comes back and tries to do a carport or an extension or something, and we say, hey, you never got a final, and they thought it was all good to go when they moved in. And in order to, what the code says currently is you got to pay for all the fees again, and we really don't think that's very fair for the applicant. When everything is completed, it just needs that final inspection. So just doing a special inspection of $65, I think, would work out well for them.
So how do we handle it currently? Let's say they got a rough framing and plumbing inspection, and then they ran out of time before because I believe our permits are good for 180 days.
Right.
So if didn't get an inspection in that period of time and didn't do anything, what would it cost them then to reinstate that permit at a later time?
I do have my chief building official here, and he can kind of speak to it a little bit more. I think there is a way that we can do I guess it depends on how much time it kind
of seems like it should be the same fee as this, unless there's something different that I'm not seeing.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould. The ordinance currently, if the permit expires during the course of construction, within 6 months, the applicant can reestablish that permit with half the building permit fee. After 1 year, they're required to pay the entire fee to reinstate that permit.
But then if he doesn't get anything, he can just wait until the end and come back 2 years later and pay $65?
No, this amendment would only apply for a structure that's completely finished and just a final inspection has never been conducted.
So it would have been through, what's the last inspection that we have?
Final inspection.
Okay, what's the one before that one?
Probably drywall.
So if he had gotten his framing and his combination inspection, I don't think we do combinations, but so then he's going to cover it up with drywall, and then he never gets and he tries to renew 6 months later. what's that? How are you going to tell the difference between that and coming back, 2 years later when you didn't get a final?
Chairman Lingfelter, Supervisor Gould, I'm not completely understanding your question. We would do a combination inspection, which is all the MEPs, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Then it would be drywall after that to cover it up.
Okay.
If they never received an inspection after that, the permit would expire. We would have them reinstate the permit either within 6 months or within 1 year, but they'd have to continue on a final inspection after that.
It seems like a problem, though. If you'd gotten a drywall inspection, after drywall, there's still all the finishes go in.
Correct.
The air conditioning gets set, the plumbing gets set, the electrical does trim out. All that work is probably half the house of man hours in reality. But so if they let that permit expire, and then because he's not going to have another inspection until final, and then he's got to pay half of the permit fee in 6 months or the whole permit fee in over 6 months. But if he waits, 2 years, and then he can get it for 65. It seems like we should apply that 65 renewal fee to an expired permit also.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, we can if you'd like. We don't run into it as much. It's not as much of an issue because the house, they're going to keep coming in and getting those inspections up until the one that we do see the issue with is the final. That's the only one that we've really seen that issue with of the homeowner moving in, using the property without the C of O, and it's because either the contractor left, went out of business, just didn't want to get the final inspection.
Think about where I live, Scott.
They don't want to move. They don't want to go all the way out there. But that's this. So we really haven't seen it as much of an issue on those other ones because they've done all that work. They want to make sure that they continue that permit. It's just really this final inspection that we don't want to hurt the property owner because usually it doesn't come to light until the property owner has lived in there for a while and the contractor's gone. And we don't want to really punish the property owner, I guess, is what we're trying to do.
And I agree, but I don't necessarily want to punish the owner builder that's slow at building things either. Because after drywall, there's still half the man hours are left in that to finish that house.
Chairman Lingfelter, Supervisor Gould, we can issue extensions, 180-day extensions, and that's really unlimited. Actually, the first one is free, and the second one just says we need to pay a fee. So we do instill that $65 inspection to reinstate the permit or continue the permit. So
there's a same $65 fee on that for the extension?
Yeah, they can ask for a free extension for the first one, and then after that, it would be another $65. But also with our new software, it's going to notify them more often. We have over 3,000 permits. People weren't really getting notified that their permits were expiring. With this software, it will.
Okay. No, that sounds good. Good job, guys. So will that be an email or
Absolutely, yeah.
I think an email would be better than a phone call.
Everybody's required to submit an email when they apply online. And so I think we're trying to get it at the 30 days and the 15 days that they'll receive that notification.
And it'll tell them if they don't come in for an extension.
Correct.
They're going to end up
and we have it printed on the current permit in bold letters saying, hey, you got to get this within 180 days.
Okay.
Supervisor Lingfelter and Supervisor Gould, I just wanted to add that since we started our electronic submittal and electronic program, we're doing 75 to 80% of the permits electronically now.
Good. Excellent. Good job, guys.
Any other discussion?
Did we need a motion?
We need a motion, I believe. Oh, you made a motion.
I moved to it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was moved. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 39. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of Mojave County Ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance setting forth an amendment to the Mojave County Building Ordinance 2021-03, the building ordinance to section M 1307.3.1 to allow the use of wall post board, curb, or a 24-inch high platform stand as approved methods for appliance impact protection in a residential garage. Building Code Advisory Board and Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak during public hearing. Item number 39, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item during public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'd open it up to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking we might want to add another clause in there that says, or any other method acceptable to the chief building official. I think that gives the chief building official flexibility if somebody comes up with a different idea than the ideas that are spelled out here. And since this is my stuff that they crash cars into, I'm glad that they protect it. But I think that flexibility would be handy for them in case the situation came up that they needed some flexibility.
Director Holtry, comments?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I believe that would be doable. I think that's a great idea.
Other comments?
I'm going to make that a motion.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion. Do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. We'll open the public hearing on item number 40. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of Mojave County Ordinance number 2026-02, an ordinance setting forth the adoption of the Golden Valley land use designations of the 2025 Mojave County General Plan, continued from the January 5th, 2026 Board of Supervisors meeting. We have some people that have signed up to speak on this item. The first being Jennifer Esposito. Tyler Engel, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman, Golden Valley property owner. I really don't know what you guys, or what staff maybe is trying to pull here, because when you approved the general plan without Golden Valley, that was a de facto unanimous vote to leave Golden Valley as is at the 2015 plan. However, subsequent to that vote, Ron Gould put forth a resolution which reset the land use designation for what we used to call Dorado back to the pre-original resolution land use designation. Staff did not incorporate that legally binding resolution into anything for Golden Valley. Moreover, because it was rejected, I do believe that that does trigger a supermajority vote. I think I can speak on behalf of the people who are not here today, because I'm just reinforcing what they've said repeatedly, is that they do not want Golden Valley included in the general plan. They want it to be a standalone plan. Honestly, I think every single plan should be a standalone plan for a standalone vote, because the rest of the county should never be held hostage to the conflicts of one individual area. But the problem that I have here is that you guys unanimously voted to take Dorado out. Staff left the map as is, which includes a section of commercially zoned area for land use designation, which the board had specifically said you wanted in the corridor along the highway. So staff didn't even follow the instruction that the board gave them. Staff did not follow the legally binding resolution. Now what we have, and I've read this and it was a little vague, so I had to look at the 6 pages, but basically what we're saying is, in this resolution, is the thing that you unanimously rejected, we're asking you to put back in without the changes that you told us you wanted. This is just absurd. It's absurd that we even have to be here arguing about this today. If you want to deal with Golden Valley, then I think what needs to be done is that we need to designate that Golden Valley has a Golden Valley plan, and that we need to have public input again on the Golden Valley plan, because apparently no one's listening to you, at least not on the staff end of things. I mean, we've already been through an open meeting law violation on them trying to slide this through, which of course I was right, and they did break the law in the general plan subcommittee over this. But the people of Golden Valley have been very clear. They want their own plan. They want a voice in their own development. They do not want Dorado. And I just want to let you know, in 2024, when you approved the Midway Estates plan across from Ships Estates for Angle Homes, you approved the whole thing. They haven't even scraped the property. They haven't even removed a greasewood bush. That's 276 homes they haven't even started on. So we don't need to get ahead of 3,000 more homes. Thank you.
Tyler Engel. Travis Pennington, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. Tyler Engel, 2800 Wallopay Mountain Road. Also the president of Engel Homes. Speaking in support of the current Golden Valley map for the general plan and specifically for our Dorado area. It's been a long road back and forth, working with the public, staff, Board of Supervisors to try and find the best solution. We've decreased the density out there by more than 50%, and more than 50% of the area now is proposed to be 1 acre lot designations, basically. So we're happy with that. We're looking forward to investing in Golden Valley, getting the water district expanded and up to par, and helping out with the infrastructure out there, flooding and roads and everything. And appreciate your vote. Thanks.
Travis Pennington.
My name is Travis. I live in Kingman, Arizona. Thank you, Board Supervisors. Just like to a little bit of context. A little over 2 years ago, we were asked to participate in the public process, the general plan update. We've done that. We've shown up to every meeting. We've made compromises along the way, and we think the product that we're proposing, the product that's proposed in the map that you're voting on today is a compromise, and it's what's best for Golden Valley. Thank you for your time, for allowing us to participate in the process.
That was the last individual we had signed up to speak during public hearing. So I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the board. Supervisor Martin.
Yes. I didn't bring this up because before, when I spoke with Danielle Keck, she said she wanted it suburban. I proposed that zoning be suburban, and it was voted down by this board. I see no reason to do the same thing over. We're trying to do the same thing over. So there was not support on the board for that. Now, my colleague, Supervisor Gould, pulled this, and I can say this. Since that time, I reached out to him and said, what's the problem? He said, well, it's an item of contention. Okay, that's all right. But I have not been contacted by anybody in regards to this, to the general plan. I received nothing since January. And quite frankly, I did what they asked. I went back and asked for a different zoning, even suburban. And we couldn't get it passed by this board by a 3-2 vote. So rather than beat the dog again and try to bring something before the board that's already been voted down once, I don't see any reason why we don't go forward with what is being proposed, including the corridor on 68. So if there's no other discussion, then I'm going to make a motion that we include this.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Additional discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Attorney Davis.
as a reminder, this will require a 4/5 vote to approve.
Thank you, sir. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
I believe I appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. We'll move to the item number 41. We'll open the public hearing on item number 41. Discussion, possible action. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-040, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a rural development area land use designation to a suburban development land use designation and a rezone of assessor's parcel number 217-03-011 from an AR2A agricultural residential 2-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR agricultural residential zone to allow for minor land division in the Golden Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak on item number 41 for the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 41? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Martin?
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould.
I need to declare a conflict on item 42.
Thank you, sir.
My wife was the realtor involved in the project.
Thank you, sir. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 42. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-041, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from an SE Suburban Estates Land Use Designation to a GC General Commercial Land Use Designation, and for a rezone of a assessor's parcel number 207-20-002A through -002H from a C2 general commercial zone to a CMO commercial manufacturing open lot storage zone to allow for general commercial and light industrial use in the Yucca vicinity. Mojave County, Arizona Commission recommended approval by an 8-2 vote. We have a couple of people signed up to speak during the call to the public. First up is Mr. Kenny Works. Mr. Kirk Daniels, you are on deck. Morning.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. I live in that general area. All the access is off of exit 20 off I-40. It's a dangerous situation there. There's 6 roads all come together right there. It's ADOT property. 2 of the roads or 4 of the roads are all ADOT administered and maintained, and 2 of the roads are part of I-40. Now there's 4 other roads coming in there, or 3 other roads coming in there, I'm sorry. But there's one, the road that's going to the properties mentioned is Kickapoo and Frontage Road. The properties are in between the 2 roads. ADOT manages the Frontage Road. They've been doing a good job of that. They've been out there a lot managing it. And Kickapoo Road is managed by the Property Owners Association. It's maintained by the Property Owners Association. There's going to be an increase. Anytime you get a commercial zoning, there has to be an anticipation that there's going to be an increase in traffic. And I think we need to get ADOTs to put their heads together with the county administration and come up with a solution to address this dangerous intersection area where it's mostly is situated around ADOT property there, where they administer the hard stand where all the roads come together. I'd like to see the ADOT and the county administration and the Property Owners Association all put their heads together and come up with a solution to where those roads come together and address the safety concerns of the traffic going through there. It's going to get more severe as the traffic increases. I don't see any reason why the traffic will be decreasing. Thank you very much.
Kirk Daniels.
Hello, I'm Kirk Daniels, owner of the property, and I just want to make myself available to the board if any of you guys have any questions or concerns. The property is currently zoned commercial, and I'm just requesting it to go to CMO so that I can build my new woodworking shop there.
Thank you. That was the last person we had signed up for speaking during the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 42. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move for approval of item 42 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. We're going to move to open the public hearing on item number 43, discussion, possible action, approve or deny the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-042, a rezone of assessor's parcel number 335-03-040 from an AR 36 acre agricultural residential 36 acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 10A and AR 5A agricultural residential 10 acre and 5 acre minimum lot size zone to allow for a minor land division in the Red Lake vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended denial by unanimous vote. We have a couple people signed up to speak on this item. First up is Mike Ganusio. Looks like 2 people gave him their time, so we're going to give you 7 minutes to speak, Mr. Ganusio. And John Harris, you're on deck.
Supervisor Lincolnfelder, members of the board, good morning. My name is Mike Ganuscio, 2125 East Cali Ocampo. I stand before you in opposition to this and into any other projects in that way, and I come before you to explain why. So when you pass the 22-mile marker on Stockton Hill Road, there's no power. And we ranch up there. I did up until last year. And I'd like the board to understand some of the issues that we run into. When people go out and they buy areas like that from major developers that grade it all off, and they usually do an owner carry on it, the people are usually out there for about 2 years, and then they get it back because the people can't make it. And that's their prerogative. The problem that I run into, if I may use your camera there, is when they leave, we're left to deal with this. Is that upside down?
Yeah, they'll rotate it.
Okay. So this is not
theoretically.
This is not this is not on the side that they're proposing this area to be done. This is actually on the other side of the valley where the board has already agreed to. Shall I rotate it?
Just rotate it.
Let's see.
There you go.
How's that?
Keep going.
Go 90 more.
90
Oh, I see
more.
it.
There you go.
Okay.
Excellent.
So this is on the other side of the valley where they've already decided to do these subdivisions. These people move out there. This one's an interesting one. So this guy was out there for approximately 2 years, no power, no water, couldn't make it. His dogs, he decided that he lived in open range, he could do whatever he wanted. His dogs actually ate our cows. I was actually out there one day with Game and Fish trying to shoot them because I caught one of their dogs 8 inches into the back of my neighbor's bull. This is the same property, so this is how they live, no permits, no nothing. And the reason is they buy it cheap and they can't afford the infrastructure, and we don't want our community that way. I'm all for growth, but I'm for responsible growth. So when they do this, and this is in the same area where they've already allowed it, this is what the rancher's stuck with. And when I say rancher, it's because the ranchers are the stewards of the land. These are all on my old ranch. And if the board, I'm sure the board feels the same way I do, we don't want our county to go bad. So we're left with this destruction. The rancher's left there to clear it up. And there's nothing like everybody's trash blowing around, having to hold our cows down. And this is 2 summers ago, me and my wife had to hold a cow down to yank a piece of plastic out of the back of my cow's jaw because these places won't clean up when they leave. The last one I'll leave you is actually in the vicinity of where this new subdivision is. I can't tell you how many times we had to go over here and clean up trash because it got subdivided, made small. They moved a camper out there. We're out there for a couple years and just abandoned it. So I would just like the board to consider in the future when they get phases like this where people want to subdivide and make smaller, think about the people that live out there and are trying to keep our county beautiful and keep that stuff out of that area. Please make sure that there's power, there's some type of infrastructure to support somebody living out there. Otherwise, it takes a really special person to live off the grid. And if you subdivide this, we're going to wind up with this photo again in our valley, most likely. So with that, I yield my time to any questions to the board.
Thank you. John Harris?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is John Harris. I come from Cedar Canyon Ranch. I'm at mile marker 22. Mike addressed a lot of the issues I wanted to bring up. Another one that I think is pretty important is the water issue out there. You bring people out there, you got to get 1,000 feet to hit water. So that's a huge issue right there. I fight it all the time. Two is access. When you get rain out there, the only way I can check my cows is on horses. I mean, it gets slick, muddy, you get stuck. It's not accessible. These people are going to be basically tricked into buying these little lots. They're going to move out there, and then they're going to be stranded either on there or where they can't get back out there in their little cars and SUVs and that. I think it'd be really, really terrible. And I'm responsible to keep these roads where I can get out there. It's going to put more traffic on them, make more work on me. You know, I'm all about people using their land and doing what they need to, and I hope it continues that way. But I think taking it to small parcels is going to be a disaster. We have major issues with abandonment out there. I personally would not ever try to live out there. A lot of these people that have moved out there here recently, I have piles of trash right around within a mile. A few of those pictures that Mike showed were within a mile of my water. I've lost 2 cows this year that have, you know, couch contents in them, you know, foam and all sorts of stuff. Can't say that's what killed them, but it was definitely in their stomach. So I appreciate you guys, and I hope you'll take that in consideration.
Thank you. That was the last individual that had signed up to speak during public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing. Open it up to the board for discussion. Supervisor Martin?
Yes. I truly understand what these folks are saying. I'll use the term nester because that's a term that's been used in the past to deal with people that do exactly this. They buy small parcels of land. Everybody wants the be a landowner, but they buy it out there. There's no water, there's no power. They don't realize what it takes to live off the grid. And they get out there, just like they said, a year or two, they finally realize, hey, we're not going to be able to make it out here. But by then, they've accumulated all this trash and stuff, and there's no trash service out there. So what do? They throw it outside their trailer, and it blows all over the countryside. Now, I'm an advocate for people owning property. Private property rights are sacred. And I recognize that that's open range out there. And that the cattlemen that operate out there, they know that too. That cattle, if you don't want them on your little piece of paradise, you have to fence them out. They don't do that. They don't put fences up. So the cattle wander in there. And I've got more than one complaint about cattle getting into trash and actually being responsible for the dispersion of trash. So it's a two-edged sword out there. But out there, if you've ever been where they're talking about out there, this is really, I'm not going to say not habitable because you could live out there, but it's not going to be easy. And I recognize what the other people that utilize that property out there, most of it's not posted, so people just wander around out there. So I think there is a legitimate problem that has been articulated by the ranchers. And, I sat through the planning and zoning meeting when this came up, and I took notice that everyone on the Planning and Zoning Commission voted against it. So there's not any support, and even though I think that's, Travis, I think that's in your district, but I've never got a call or anything about support for this project. So, like I say, it's not my district, but if it was, I know that I would absolutely not support this.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yeah.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can understand people want to live off the grid, but they have a responsibility for being good neighbors too. So, Mr. Martin, did you make it, was that a motion that you?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we deny this.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I've got a question for Director Holtry.
Director Holtry. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, generally we're only allowing a four-way split of 36 acre plus.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, it depends on the general plan, and it also depends on the zoning that's adjacent to it. In this particular parcel, all of that surrounding it is 36 acre parcels, and staff was recommending denial to the commission because it would be considered spot zoning. And then the commission also is recommending denial as well. But yeah, this one also did not have legal access to the site, was another concern that staff had.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. This is my district. I have looked at this. I support the ranchers. I just don't think this is the right fit for this area. So I'm not going to support this. So we do have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. Item number 44, we're going to open the public hearing on item number 44. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-043, a rezone of assessors parcels numbers 310, 25, 13A through 13E from an AR 5A agricultural residential 5 acre minimum lot size and AR 10A agricultural 10 acre minimum lot size zone to an AR agricultural residential zone to allow for an agricultural residential subdivision in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by 9-1 vote. We have several people that have signed up to comment during public hearing. First being Patricia Powers. Leslie Reed, you're on deck. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I live on Cactus Run. My name is Patricia Powers.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you
Sorry.
so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fine. My name is Patricia Powers. I live at 2317 Cactus Run. So we're here for another rezone, more housing. And we were here last year and nothing's changed. I'm here to respectfully ask to push the Bank Street project, to include it in the county budget schedule, or however you guys word that. To pave it to Cali Castano, because the ingress egress of putting yet more homes out there, I know that's going to come. All these builders want to build out there, but Cactus Run's traffic, even though they did a traffic study, I live right on it. And all the heavy equipment and all the traffic that's going to come with it, it's really going to affect our life out there. We built out there 25 years ago. And I know it's all going to change. I mean, that comes with the city growing. But if Bank Street was paved out and to give everybody out there a different way of, or another option for ingress egress, fire being a huge thing. It's long overdue. We were told 25 years ago that it was, going to be done or going to be considered within a year, and here we are. So please consider the concerns of all the residents out there. It isn't just us. We didn't even know about this. I didn't know that there was another rezoning coming up until I saw last week online that Planning and Zoning had approved this. I realized, I was told that you had to be within 300 feet of it to even have a sign or be informed that there was going to be another rezoning. And because we're outside of that, yet Cactus Run's going to be the mainstay of all those trucks and all that equipment going back and forth. So please deny this. I stand in opposition to it until Bank Street is completed. Thank you.
Leslie Reed. Penny Glenn, you're on deck.
Yeah, my name is Leslie Reed. I live in the area out there off of Cali Castano. When this went to the original board a few weeks ago. The signs weren't even up there. We had rain and it washed the signs down. When I got the message it was going to happen, I went looking for the signs and I found them in the bushes. But I'm going to say the same thing you're going to hear over and over. The infrastructure is not ready for another 100 homes out there. I know we're talking about 30 on this lot. There's other lots out there they want to do the same thing on. The Bank Street is not passable unless you have four-wheel drive. And there's 4 washes between my house and Stockton Hill Road that when we get rain, they wash. I've got stuck behind on the way back from the grocery store, sitting on the street with the barricades up because the water's a foot deep. The infrastructure's not there yet for homes. I have nothing against building, okay? But do the infrastructure first before you start building a whole bunch of homes out there. Sure, we all moved out there because we wanted the rural lifestyle. My property's off grid. I live happily there for the last 15 years. You're going to move people out there from California and all the other areas around buying $500,000 homes as they said they're going to build. That's also going to kick retirees and disabled people's property taxes up. I can't afford that. My property taxes go up every single year. I'm on a fixed income because I'm disabled. My wife's retired. That area is not ready for $500,000 homes to go up 30, 40, 100 at a time. We're not ready for it up there. Do Bank Street first, so we have more than one road getting in and out of our area. You know, the roads, half the roads aren't maintained by the county. We have one road maintained by the county. The dirt roads out there aren't maintained. Families will bring in their families, off-road vehicles, going to tear up all the dirt roads out there that are not maintained. Residents have to maintain our own roads. That's pretty much what you're going to hear from everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you
for having me here.
Thank you, sir. Glenn, Penny Glenn. Connie Copenhaver, you're on deck.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. We had Penny Glenn. I live at 6268 Illinois. We had a meeting the other day. Supervisor Martin, Kathy Hicks, Scott Landers, they were all there, and we discussed all of this. Mr. Martin had a email that he was reading from Mr. Lacoste, that stated that Bank Street is in the capital budget. There's a request in the capital budget for fiscal year 26. I repeat, it's a request. So if they go out and they build these houses and the request fails, it's going to be another year or two. And then if it doesn't go then, it's going to be another year or two. So we're still waiting for Bank Street to go in, and you guys are going to have these houses all built. There is only one way and one way out. I have sat to get on Stockton Hill Road 6-7 cars deep. At that point, if the budget for the fiscal year is $400,000. That's basically for the right-of-way application and all the paperwork that needs to go through the permits and everything else. After that, you're going to need another $1 million, $2 million just to do Bank Street. The dirt alone, there's holes like I'd lose my truck in there. So I respectfully ask that we wait until Bank Street is done. Do not put the cart before the horse. Let's wait for Bank Street to be done, or at least get the budget approved to get Bank Street done. So if we could postpone this another year and wait and see if the budget goes through for Bank Street, we would feel much better knowing that it is in the progress, not that it might be okayed in the budget. We know we're probably low on the totem pole for all of the other roads that need to be done. We had a discussion about that, all those other roads that need to be done that had probably been on the budget for years. So now we're on the low totem pole for banks, and until that request has at least been approved for the budget,
we ask that we postpone this. Thank you.
Connie Copenhaver. Kermit Glenn, you're on deck.
Good morning. I'm going to start out by saying that the people that are around there got notification letters, but it's only for people within 300 feet. That leaves a lot of us out there without notification. I think, if we're going to be able to get notified about what's going on in our community, we need that 300 feet. It's got to go away. I mean, it's got to be a half a mile, a quarter of a mile anyway of people within what is going to be happening. Emergency vehicles, they take, 30, 45 minutes to get out there. Longer if there is flooding or, it has been raining, the roads are impassable at times. Then another thing is I got the traffic count data, and it's saying that the speed on Bull Mountain and Cactus Ren, it's supposed to be 35. It's up to 50 and over 50, according to this traffic count. But I know people go a lot faster than that because I can be going 45 just to stay ahead of somebody, and they'll be passing me, and they'll be up to Cactus Ren before I get like 50 feet or 50 yards or whatever. So we need, if we're going to put like 30, 60, 100 more houses out there, that's going to be 100, 150 more cars going on them roads. And them roads can't handle that. And we need traffic control. I mean, there is never no cops or anything out there. I mean, you see the sheriff sitting at the corner once in a while. But other than that, we're on our own. You got to just, take your life in your hands some days getting out on the road. And then to finish off, these housing districts where people move out there for the, rural lifestyle or whatever. They're looking now, if they look out of their dale, there's see one house. Well, if this goes in, they're going to be looking across, and there's going to be 5 in that area where there should have been just one house. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kermit Glenn. Claire Duckworth, you're on deck.
Yes, sir. My name is Kermit Glenn, 6268 Illinois. There was a great meeting we had there over the weekend. A lot of things were brought up that needed to be discussed, but we still have no infrastructure in place. We're still dealing with the same thing we dealt last year. The water, we do know we have water. Do not know if it's adequate enough for all the new homes that are going to be put in. And Bank Street does need to be taken care of till we have another in and out road. And then the other thing that I'm concerned with, and so is all the other people who live around there, they build all these homes on 1 acres. Are these people going to be animal people, or are they going to be complaining every day about the livestock, the cows running free, because all this open range and everything out there? So he had no CCRs at the time we were talking on Saturday of what he's going to do about fencing, what he's going to do about roads. He's going to be the developer. But most developers, I thought, even if you look at some of the other places that have been structured up, the developer is usually the one that has to go in and put the roads, all curbs and gutters, and do all the aspects of making it right. I'm not against putting the homes in or nothing. It's just that it all needs to be put in there the right way and make it work.
Thank you, sir. Claire Duckworth. Scott Lander, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Claire Duckworth, and I live at 2695 Cali Castano. We definitely need more infrastructure out there. We don't. The water, I mean, we have a well. We're one of the few out there that have a well. I watch people day in and day out haul water. They keep telling us, oh, there's plenty of water. Well, if there's plenty of water, why isn't the water company providing more water for the residents that already live out there? Most people have to drive into town to get it. Bank Street must be paved first. It's a mess. It's only 2 miles, for God's sake. And I feel bad with your first speaker. I have to drive past her house every single day. Yesterday, I was coming home, and there were kids on bicycles. We're going back and forth across the street. She's right. People do drive fast on that road. I will admit to being one. I do go a little over the speed limit. I came and went, whoa, kids, and had to slam to a stop. Some of these people, they have a driveway in and out. They have to back out onto Cactus Wren just to get on the road. If somebody's flying down the road, you can't always see them because of bushes and things. And then you're going to add another possibly 200 to 300 cars by the time all these things are built. And all these people have teenagers that like to ride their motorcycles and everything else. We've got kids with motorbikes that are going up and down our roads, tearing up the dirt roads. The county wants nothing to do with it. We have to maintain our own roads. Cayucastano has a pothole about that big right now, and they just put a little bit of cold pack in it, and oh, we're done, and left. This is going to tear up the roads, like I said, one way in, one way out. And why weren't the people that lived on Bull Mountain, Cactus Wren, and Cherem told that all of these houses were going in so that they would have a chance to say something? Nothing. And the signs that were put up were literally put back into the bushes. And if you're paying attention to the road, you don't see those signs. I go by them every day. I never saw them. Somebody posted online that the meeting was being held a couple weeks ago. That's how I knew about that one. I didn't see it from the sign because it's back in the bushes. It should have been out where it was turned so that as you're going by, you actually see the sign. Thank you very much for your time. Please vote this down. We are very opposed to this until more infrastructure, such as water and everything, get out there, and must do bank first. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scott Lander. Kathy Taggett Hicks, you're on deck.
Scott Lander, 420 Lomas Flojas, Kingman, Arizona. Thanks for having me up here. I had a meeting with the group of people that have spoken here at Commissioner Martin's prodding, which I felt was well needed, and I agreed to do that. And Kathy, several people that were wanting the approval of this also met there. We answered quite a few questions, but it seems like traffic's one of the big topics, which I understand. I addressed several other issues with property taxes and the values and different things and what I'm going to be doing. This will be AR zoning, so it will have agricultural options for people, so that more than likely people are going to be friendly towards the animals, which was addressed. But as far as the traffic goes, I paid independently for my own traffic study, $5,000, which aligned with the county on their traffic results. There's no issues there with what's going to cause it. The contrary to what they're saying, I'm not trying to cause like controversy with them. They're seeing the speeders. I can't control that. The sheriffs can. But backing up, 5, 6, 7 cars deep on a morning on Stockton Hill, and there's 2 ways to Stockton Hill, isn't, in my opinion, a reason to vote this down. It's not like a safety issue, or they're late for work, or traffic's backed up, or anything like that. So I want to point that out. Also, with Bank Street, I think that should be done in the future, but it's not holding that up. But I also brought up the fact that that's going to bring in a lot more developments when that's done. It's going to be a green light to that. But one of the most important things is that I've sold thousands of properties here in real estate to people, and there's a massive demand for 1 acre properties. There aren't any available that are fully developed in town. If you buy one, you got to go sink 20, 30, 40,000 into them to get them developed. This will provide a need that the community is demanding. And a lot of locals want this. It's not just out of towners. The homes will range between 350 and 500,000. We've already approved, you guys have already approved both sides of me to be 1 acre zones, and those are moving forward. The water pressure's there. The fire department has been consulted. We have the water with Foothills and the water that we need to supply for this place. We have over 10 neighbors that live in that area that have sent in letters of support that we have on file that aren't just like random people across the town. They live out there. One of them right across the street and his family. There's quite a few people in support of this that weren't able to show up today, and I just needed you guys to know that because not everyone can be here because of their jobs and different things that they have. So that all the reasons line up to approve this, in my opinion. I've done the things asked by the Supervisor Martin to meet with them, and I really don't see any reason this shouldn't be approved, but it's up to you guys, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Taggett-Hicks.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Tackett-Hicks. I'm the applicant. I'm acting as the owner's agent. We did have a good meeting with the property owners. This particular property, just like Scott said, it's sandwiched between two other properties that have already been approved and are moving forward with 1 acre lot subdivisions. Scott's particular project will include 30 new lots. It's not hundreds, it's 30. The property to the right, we have letter of support from both the east and the west property owners. One of them is 32 lots, and the one on the west side is going through a type 2 subdivision with the county, which is a process when subdivisions can go really quickly because there are no impediments to it. Will be 25 lots. So there's going to be 87 in this area right here. The water is not an issue. Like Scott said, it goes to Foothills Utilities. Foothills is a 100-year adequacy approved water company. So there's not an issue with that. The issues that the opposing people are discussing are really regional issues, not connected with this. This rezone application complies and aligns perfectly with the SDA general plan, suburban development. There are 32 1-acre lots directly next to this property that have already been approved. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-acre lots all in this area. Perfectly consistent with what development would be in this area, and it was anticipated for this area. Prior to that, we did receive an 8-to-1 approval at the P&Z Commission, and prior to that, I do send out letters to the surrounding property owners in compliance with county and state law. I did not receive one call for any opposition or anything. At the P&Z Commission, there were a handful of people. Some of the individuals here did get up and speak in opposition, and then we held the meeting with them. So we've done a lot of due diligence. We did check out the traffic issues. We did meet with Mr. Latosky on those. I think there's a difference on what is considered a huge traffic problem and what is normal in the county. I do believe Bank Street at some point does need to be improved. That would be nice for everyone, but that area will absolutely explode with development once that's done. So these are regional concerns and not zoning. This is absolutely responsible development. It's what we want. Prior to this, the item in front of us, Mike indicated all the trash and everything. When you process with a subdivision, that is a potential outcome when you do minor land divisions. When you do a subdivision, every one of those lots are required to have central trash service. You're not going to have that issue. Scott was good. This is an AR designation, which is agricultural residential. So it does match the area.
Thank you. That was the last individual that we had signed up to speak during the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I'd like to have Director Latosky come down.
Director Latosky, if you want to come down. Good morning, Director. Good morning.
Mr. Director, you and I have communicated back and forth about the area out there, and you sent me an email talking about specifically Bank Street, and what we've heard today probably predominantly is about Bank Street more than anything else. Can you, for the record, tell everybody what's going on with Bank Street?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfeld and members of the board, Chairman Lingenfeld, Supervisor Martin. The Mojave County Board of Supervisors each year considers the 5-year capital improvement road program that Public Works puts before the Board of Supervisors. That's typically in July. So last July, the board approved a program for fiscal year 26. That program did include Bank Street from Cali Castrano on south for a distance of 2 miles. It has been programmed in that 5-year program for fiscal year 29. That typically represents the start of the project. However, staff and acknowledging some of the discussions and some of the needs as development continues to the north of Kingman, has done some preliminary planning. This has all been in-house. This has been, just with staff and myself. We got some very bright engineers with some exceptional skills, and we've been able to put together a preliminary alignment because we've wanted to open up discussions with the utilities as well. You may or may not be aware, but there is a substantial amount of utilities in that corridor, as well as state lands, which county would have to acquire right away from, because we only have 42 feet along the private sides, with the exception of one site. It's the Foothills water well site, which we don't have the 42 feet. We're looking into that as well, but don't want to get off topic on this. To get back to your point, Supervisor Martin, and your question, staff has laid all the preliminary alignments so that we can talk to the utilities, and as a result, we are positioning and have put in our Public Works budget for FY27, not 20. We're in 26 right now, so this would be the proposed budget for FY27, an appropriation of funding of approximately $400,000 for right-of-way acquisition, as well as project design. That would be subject to board approval with the adoption of the FY27 budget. Understanding, and I've been through this process with my staff and acquiring state lands right-of-way, etc., I would foresee, if the board had the appetite to approve and direct staff to move forward in that direction, that FY29 would be a more appropriate date for staff, again, to come back to the board, especially when we have a engineer's cost estimate in hand from the design process, to be able to seek funding if it's palatable for the construction of Bank Street.
You mentioned FY29. In my opinion, that's too long. If we're going to do this, and I think we should, I absolutely agree that we ought to do this. I don't know what we as the county have to do to push this thing forward, but I think this is one of the major projects that we should take a hard look at, because as everybody knows, as soon as Bank Street's paved, that place is going to go nuts out there in development. So we know what's coming. I think even the speakers have acknowledged that they know it's coming too. But I think what the big rub is with our constituents out there is a time. And like I say, you're the engineer, you know what has to be done. But what I ask is, can it be pushed forward? Is there anything that we can do to alleviate these concerns of these folks about Bank Street? Because that's all I've heard is Bank Street, Bank Street, Bank Street. And I understand it. I get it. And like I say, and from the county aspect, you're my engineer. I trust what you tell us. I have no concerns. I have nothing about what you propose. But what I'm saying is, if it can be fast-tracked, because I think that's going to solve a lot of problems. It's also going to create more problems for those folks because, like I said, once you pave it, you folks are going to be right in the middle of Kingman. And that's just the fact of life. That's what it's going to be. But I understand what they're saying. So if you look at this, if there's any way that, something can be done, I would absolutely encourage it to get this thing, get the Bank Street problem done. I'll deal with the other stuff.
Yes, and to answer, if that was a question, I can express that when the design process goes underway, there's actually a parallel tracks, and the three that jump out to me would be design, right-of-way acquisition, as well as utility clearance. So those will operate in parallel paths, which has the critical path, in my view, would foresee that right-of-way acquisition, could extend, upwards to about a year. But once we have design completed, I would be anxious to be able to take the opportunity, because the designs, I don't like designs that have too much of a shelf life. I would anticipate staff coming to the board at the earliest opportunity when design is complete and we know we have the right-of-way and utility clearances to seek the board's approval for
Now,
construction.
you're proposing this year $400,000 to kickstart this thing, right?
Supervisor Martin, that would be in our proposal for the FY27 budget. So if we
Okay.
gain approval by July 1, then we would move forward.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Borelli, and then I'll get to you, Manager Elders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Lutowski. So if the board approves this and you want to fast track it, what's the timeline, deadline, completion date, target? Just a target.
Chairman
Completion.
Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, I can only speak on experience. I think the state lands right-of-way acquisition would be the longest duration, so I would anticipate 1 year. I can't pledge that, but that would be my expectation that I would convey to the design team, as well as our push with the right-of-way acquisition.
So just to be clear, Mr. Chair, so just to be clear, let's just say under 2 years, start completion. Paved, ready?
Then there's okay, I'm sorry. I only addressed the design component, so the construction component, based again on experience, it would be reasonable to anticipate this be a 12-month project for construction. So the 2-year time frame could be reasonable. The only catch would be if there's an unforeseen issue or some cooperation issues with the utilities, because
weather,
we have
weather.
Unisource gas, Unisource electric in that corridor, and we'll have to work out some things with that.
Yeah, you got to deal with weather and bureaucratic resistance. I get it, yeah.
But we'll push hard.
Thank you. Other discussion? Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Well, the obvious question is, it takes time to build roads, but I assume it takes time to build houses too. So, Kathy, when would you be building houses? I mean, you're not going to start tomorrow, correct?
The developer is here, Scott, but there are numerous steps for a subdivision. So he's going to have to do a preliminary plat, do the topos, get all the information together. That will come back to this board. It will come back to the P&Z Commission and to you guys. After that, he'll get into the final plat process. All the design has to be completed at that time. That will be brought back here for approval as well. Public report has to be done. He'll start selling the lots. And I don't know, first house built, you have a target? 2 years.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Lutowski, is Bank County Highway?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, yes. To my understanding, Bank Street, while Bank Street is a county highway, to my understanding, I would have to review whether I'd have to review that particular section, but it should be a county highway. I will definitely check that.
If that portion is a county highway.
That's what I'm referring to, Supervisor Gould. Yes.
Is it in the maintenance program currently?
Supervisor Gould, it is not. It's
It
undeveloped.
would seem odd that it's a road that's not even in the maintenance program would be in the county highway.
Actually, Chairman Lingenfelter,
Designation.
Supervisor Gould, there had been, back dating to the 1970s, a master plan report that was developed that established many roads, our major arterials that we know today as county highways, that predated their actual development. So that's why I'm anticipating that is a county highway.
Maybe the residents in that area should petition to at least be brought into the tertiary program. Maybe they could use Bank Road. I've driven that road. It's awful.
Yes.
Maybe they should petition to have that brought into the maintenance program in the meantime. At least get the thing smoothed out and give them another way in and out of their property while we're messing around with, running up the money to get it paved.
Yes, that would be their discretion. Yes, that's possible.
Thank you. And that your department can instruct them on how to do that?
Absolutely. In fact, the instructions are on our website, but we'd be happy to walk them through the process.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Martin.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, one lady said that about the condition of the road. I drive a county car. It's not a four-wheel drive pickup or anything. I've been up and down that road, I'll bet you 25 times. I grant you, you're not going down there at 40 miles an hour, but it is when it's dry, because you won't go in there when it's wet with anything. You shouldn't. So I agree. Supervisor Gould's right. That road's terrible. If that's a road, that's terrible. But currently, it is passable. You're not going to go through there like the ATV guys go through there, but you can get through there, because that's usually the way I come in. I don't go out Stockton Hill, come in that way. I come up Bank Street. So it is passable, but I know it's a pain in the butt. And like I say, I think that what we're going to see is, they're not even talking about 2 years building houses. Folks, that gives the county time to get their process going and see how it turns out. But, I'm not sure how we're getting the road even smoothed out. Like I say, if the people have to pay to do that, that's 2 miles long, and I suspect that would be pretty expensive to try to bring up to county standards. So, but I think we're looking at long-range plans about that Bank Street project, and I know from my end, when and if it comes up for approval, then you're definitely going to see I'm going to support that, because I agree, it needs to be taken care of.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky, the standard for tertiary maintenance is pretty low. I think it's just passable in a 2-wheel drive compact car.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, you're absolutely correct. I must point out one caveat. We do not have continuous right-of-way along that corridor, except for the parcel that is Foothills Water pump station. That's the only section that we're missing 42 feet of right-of-way. Otherwise, it zigzags between the state land sections. So right now, the road could not be developed all the way to Cali Castrano without Foothills Water, or the county would just pursue additional right-of-way through the state if we were to develop the full paved road.
Yeah, you're going to have to get the right-of-way anyway, but
absolutely,
they could probably pull the part in up to that point.
Yes, actually,
there's a rub then, because you're not connected to a county road. I guess you could do it on from the other end. Maybe.
Well, the awkward thing is that there is actually right-of-way for Bank Street, believe it or not, along Foothills property on the south and west end. So we would like to see the right-of-way on the east end. I'm having those discussions with Foothills right now, so for their benefit. And
you're a creative guy, so I'm sure you can figure it out. Thank you, sir.
Director Latosky, even with tertiary maintenance, there's a minimum width requirement. Is that right? Is the alignment the sufficient width right now to accomplish tertiary maintenance?
Chairman Lingenfelter, if we were successful with Foothills Water in perfecting that right-of-way, the 42 feet would be adequate. It's 30 feet right-of-way minimum.
Yeah, and it makes sense to me that it's, first you have to designate it as a county road in order to spend money on it. So that's why there's a designation, but it's in the condition that it is, right? Because you're just getting ready to spend money on it. Is that correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, I will definitely circle back with the board to verify that county highway is standing.
Great. Any other discussion? This is your district, Supervisor Martin.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the rezone as requested. I've made a ton of notes on what's going on out there, and I'd like to explain them before we do this vote. Like I say, we've talked about Bank Street. I've checked on the water. The water is there. And here's a benefit that I don't know you folks may think about. I heard about the fire department and the fact that fire department over there is closed, right? Well, you go put $350,000, $500,000 houses in there, they're going to be paying in to the fire. And there's going to, and as you know and you've heard, the other projects on either side of this have already been approved. They're going. This project, like I said, with paved roads, garbage, and assurances of water and electricity, when you think about it, it's almost like it's a no-brainer, because you got to the west it's approved, to the east it's approved, and here's this one in the middle that meets all the requirements of a subdivision, but it's going to take a long time, a couple of years, to make it come to fruition. So, when I go through my checklist and I look at the problems that I heard you folks say, and I told you when I came out there that, I come out there to these meetings because I want to know what's going on, because the bottom line is, at the end of the day, I represent you and everybody else out there, right? So when I look at this, and like I say, animals, I understand that. And, I think if I built a $500,000 house, would I put 5 horses in my backyard? I don't know. I don't own a $500,000 house. And, I have no idea what that is, but it is zoned for animals, so they could have it out there if they want it. We know that the water's good, the trash is good. Listen, this is 1 acre homes. And if you've been watching 1 acre, Golden Valley would kill for 1 acre homes, lots out there. That's what they've been asking for forever. So you're getting what they want. They absolutely think that's the greatest thing in the world. So the bottom line is, at this point, like I say, and last year when this came up, I voted against it. And the reason why? There wasn't a traffic study done. We didn't, I say we, you and I, we didn't have information from the developer about what was happening. I think we do now. I think the developer has made an honest attempt to tell us what that development's going to be, and checking with county staff, I think there's really, I just don't see no reason why this should not go on. So it may not make everybody happy. I'm sure it won't. But I'm going to vote my conscience on this, and I'm going to say I'm going to support this, and I make that motion.
Do I have a second? Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I just do have it, so ordered. Move to item number 45, to open the public hearing on item number 45, discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-044, a rezone of assessor's parcel number 313-76003 from an AR 36 acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 30A and AR 6A agricultural residential 30 acre and 6 acre minimum lot size zone, to allow for a minor land division in the Hackberry vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by a 9-1 vote. We have a few people that have signed up to speak on item number 45 during public hearing. First is Clifton Oppenheim. And Aaron Wade, you're on deck. After that is Mike Harris.
Greetings.
Hello.
I have a couple of examples to what I'm trying to speak. Okay, let me start.
State your name and address for the record, just for the clerk. Thank you, sir.
Clifton Oppenheim at 2649 Diamondback Drive, Kingman.
Thank you.
Okay. So, my parents purchased this property 20 years ago, and we purchased it from the Spring Valley Ranches. And I am surviving my father as a trustee, and so I'm speaking for my mother here too, so I'm speaking for both the property owners. We own 40 acres just up to the kitty corner up to the property in question. That is the property in question with the X, and what they're trying to do is unprecedented because these properties were sold under the direction that they're not to be subdivided. So I know that's not under your purview, but it is under the Property Owners Association. And I am also in opposition to this subdivision. For obvious reasons, aesthetics, as you mentioned, Don Martin, and also the infrastructure. There's no water out there, there's no fire, there's no police, no nothing. And nobody is around within probably a 1 mile radius who has that small of a subdivision. There is one up to the left of him in the corner. That's 10 acres. I don't understand why the last meeting, the commission
why they had a 9-1 when the majority of the property owners in the immediate vicinity opposed this. It was over 30% to require a majority vote. They got the majority vote. I don't understand why they got a 9-1. What is the purpose of this process? If it's about money, that's an ugly business, and I'm also in opposition to that. But if you're trying to create happy neighbors, then this is not the way. Here's the picture of the property as it exists, and this is also a map from, I noticed it's from the Mojave recorders. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. There's already 4 structures up there which look like residences. And it came up in the last meeting. It sounds like the people are already there. They're already building multiple structures. Whether it's out of code, we're trying to be nice neighbors and not deal with bringing you guys into it. But I'm asking also for a continuance so we can get an opinion from the Property Owners Association and also an opinion on this property, which they said that there's no code violations, but we'd like to find out if there actually is, and then I'm going to get more involved in this. Thank you.
Aaron Wade.
Aaron Wade, we own 40 acres and 80 acres next to him. And I think
Just speak into the microphone, sir, please. Thank you.
I think the same, Aaron Wade, we own 40 acres and 80 acres that butts up to him. And I think as Cliff was saying, that we should find out more. We have multiple complaints to the POA. And I think that we should find out, they're kind of dragging their feet on getting a letter and everything out. So I think we want to request a, extension to see if we can get all the paperwork in to make sure they're in compliance.
Thank you, sir. Mike Harris.
Mike Harris, Leroy, Kingman, Arizona. When we bought the property from Spring Valley, we were assured that nothing would be subdivided more than 10 acres. And I assume that everyone that bought property was given that assurance. And they say the reason for this one to be made smaller than that was because 5 family members were left this 40 acres. Well, I have 8 kids, and I don't expect you to accommodate me and divide my 40 acres into 8 parcels, because I was told when I got it that they would not be split less than 10 acres. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, that was the last individual that we had signed up to speak during public hearing, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Director Moultrie, could you come up to the podium before? This is my district, and I've heard the same thing with, is there any sort of recorded covenants or anything like that that say things won't be split into something smaller than 10?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so again, we can't enforce any HOA or CCNRs. I don't know if staff looked into those, but regardless, our code enforcement team would not be able to enforce those, and that's not something that we base our decisions or our recommendations on when we recommend it to the commission.
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with this area, and based on the information that I have in front of me today, I'm going to have to go against what the commission went and said. I'm going to have to make a recommendation that we deny this. I'm going to make a motion that we deny this.
Second.
Additional discussion? Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, if there was a deed restriction that said that these parcels could not be split, would the building department check or catch that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I don't believe so. I don't think that is something that we don't look at deed restrictions on a regular basis.
Interesting.
That's something I can look into and see.
It seems like if there was a deed restriction, and I think you could put a deed restriction on that, a parcel, that it not be broken into, because you can take away give away people's water rights and their mineral rights with a deed restriction also. We should probably check that kind of stuff, just because we really don't want to go forward if there is a deed restriction on something, because we're just going to create a problem for ourselves down the line.
Yeah,
I know it's something that happens a lot in District 1 and in several of my areas out east. I think it's Willow Ranch Road out there. I mean, there's a guy by the name of Bill Becker that sold a bunch of land, and he deed restricted a lot of it to make sure that the cows could still, go where they need to go and not get corralled off by all these fences. I'm having a huge problem with that. So, I mean, it's something that I'd like to look at. I mean, even if we don't face a legal determination on it as a supervisor, I want to know that it exists or not.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, is something that we could definitely look into. I know when it comes to enforcement, I think it'd be difficult for us to enforce anything on a deed restriction or on a deed. That wouldn't be something that I think we, as code enforcement or development services, could enforce. But having it part of our review process, that's something we can look at.
Appreciate it. Any other?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you.
Just to confirm, the motion was not.
That's correct. We have 2 more public hearings, and we'll get through them here. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 46. Discussion, possible action, approve and adopt new and modified park rules and regulations for the Mojave County Park System, including the fairgrounds. We have nobody signed up to speak during the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak during the public hearing? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 46. Director Latosky, you want to come up and give a brief overview really quick? And bring your new parks director up, or administrator, if you'd like to.
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. First and foremost, I am very excited and delighted to introduce Bo Helms, our new Mojave County Parks Administrator. Bo brings an exceptional amount of education and experience in parks and recreation, as well as tremendous experience in economic development. So we're very happy to have him at the helm to direct our park system.
Welcome.
Very brief overview. These are really more common sense type of amendments to our Mojave County Park rules and regulations. Examples such as smoking not allowed in park buildings, the use of park electricity on camping and day use permits are prohibited. I think this relates to more persons plugging into an RV utility pedestal. Inflatable amusements such as bounce houses are not allowed. That's really per our risk management and ASIP coverage. Mojave County not being responsible for injuries that may occur on park property. The overnight camping not allowed in day use areas, parking lots, on trails, etc. We actually have special provisions for that type of camping in our summer weekends at Davis Camp, but sometimes people take advantage of it in other areas. That we just want to make it known that that's not allowed. And other minor things, and this is probably for more our RV rental renters, vehicle maintenance or mechanic work like oil changes are really not permitted. We're wary of course, the fluid disposal. So that's a summary.
Great, thank you, sir. Any comments? Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky, you're going to make 12 Republican children angry if they can't have a bounce house at the Republican picnic. But I understand your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd open it up for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. The last public hearing today, we have item number 47. We're going to open the public hearing. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-031, setting the extinguishment of a 30-foot wide roadway and public utility easement with varying length of a northerly 1,026.25 and a southerly 1,023.24 foot long, containing 0.70 acres, more or less, more particularly described in attached Exhibit A, Township 30 North, Range 17 West of the Gila Salt River Meridian, Mojave County, Arizona, within Midview County Country Estates. parcel 5D, with reception number 96-33393, filed June 18th, 1996. In Book 11 of Parcel Plats, page 90, record of Mojave County, Arizona, and in accordance with ARS 28-7214. On behalf of Rodney Shoffett, owner of APN 343-28-005D, we have one person that is signed up to speak during public hearing, Detlef Brayman. Thank you. If you'd speak your name and your address into the record, we would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Detlef Brayman, and I'm at 29940 Sunfish in Meadview, Arizona. I'm speaking on behalf of Rodney. You already stated his address and that he lives in the Meadview Estates. We're requesting the extinguishment of the 30-foot easement on the property, and for the future use of the property. When the property was subdivided back in 1996, the roadway and public utility easement was set up for flexibility to allow this area to be development. Now, 30 years later, the county and our property for use of this easement, there is no public utility or planned utility expansions in this area that we're aware of. And so we're requesting that this be passed and that we're allowed to use this easement and it be extinguished for future use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was the last and only individual that signed up to speak on 47 during the public hearing, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Martin, this is your district.
I'm going to excuse myself on this because I've got property up there and I've got the same exact issue that they've got, so I'm going to excuse myself on this.
All right, thank you. Entertain a motion from the board or discussion?
Motion to approve.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. Regular agenda, item number 48, discussion, possible action, approve the award and sign contract for the historic courthouse remodel with TR Orr, Kingman, Arizona, for lump sum bid of $3,907,520 with a construction contingency of $584,478.46, which is approximately 15%. For Mojave County authorized essential work to remodel the historical courthouse and a Public Works Administration fee of $39,075, a total construction budget of $4,531,073.46. Further authorize allowances of up to $400,000 for project-related expenses necessary to complete the building renovation. The total revised fiscal year 26 project budget is $5,425,000 inclusive of construction, allowances, and previously approved architectural services, with an estimated budgetary savings of $575,000 on behalf of Mojave County Public Works Facilities Division. Director Acton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I'm just here to present the basic information. A lot of that was already covered. I will just say we are very excited. This has been an effort literally a decade in the making. And so we're excited to present this to the board with an anticipated budget savings of over $500,000 from what was earmarked for this specific project in the FY26 budget. If there are any questions about the information presented to the board, I'm here to answer questions. I know Director Latosky would also be able to answer some of those questions.
Thank you very much, Director. We have two people signed up to speak, the first being Judge Moss. Scotty McClure, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and County Manager Elters for having me here. I signed up to speak primarily to ensure that if there's any questions, I would be available. I would say that this is a very important project for the court system and its ever-increasing workloads, and it has tremendous benefits to the citizens in Mojave County that the Superior Courthouse, which has been in operation since 1915, I think it's the oldest continuously operating courthouse in the United States. Tombstone and other places claim older courthouses, but they tore theirs down and then rebuilt. This has been in continuous operation. It's a matter of history for Kingman in the state of Arizona, and it will support the Superior Court and Justice Court operations going forward for decades in the future. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Scotty McClure. You're waving. You want to speak? Okay. Board, I'd open up to discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor Burley. Do I have a second? We have a motion for approval. Okay. Additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. Item number 49, discussion, possible action. Direct staff to proceed with due diligence and negotiate documents to accept the donation of an approximately 11-acre parcel in Colorado City from the United Effort Plan Trust for use as the first District 1 Mojave County Park. Direct staff to develop a formal partnership framework with Wheel Fund and Stakeholder Coalition, clarifying roles, construction responsibilities, operations, maintenance, risk management, and long-term stewardship. Authorize park staff to pursue eligibility steps and preparation for Land and Water Conservation Fund and other outdoor recreation grants for park amenities, subject to future board approval, and direct staff to evaluate feasibility and constraints for a future BLM public purpose lease on the adjacent approximately 11-acre BLM parcel bordering this parcel for future revenue-producing activities comparable in concept to the cabins of Davis Dam or Davis Camp, Walpi Mountain Park, and return findings and options to the board. We have Dale Barlow that's signed up to speak. You want to come up to the podium? Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
Dale Barlow, Colorado City. Thank you, Chairman and board members, for this opportunity. I just wanted to come and voice my support for this project. It's got a lot of support up there in Colorado City, and we're excited to see it move forward. It's kind of cool for me because this was my backyard growing up, and we would ride our bikes all over up in those trees and weeds and make our own trails. So this is exciting, and I stand in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director Leptoski? I read what was in the board action item. Can you provide any additional background for the board?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. Wheel Fund is a nonprofit organization that has a tremendous experience and accomplishment in developing these bike skill parks for free use for Arizona youth, and they have several examples, especially down through the Phoenix Valley and in other locations as well. So Wheel Fund did approach us, and there's an entity, a trust entity that owns 11 acres of land in the Colorado City area. And the entity is willing to donate the property to Mojave County. And then in concert with that, Wheel Fund would actually take the responsible charge and lead for all fundraising as well as project design and construction. So in order to enable that, it's Wheel Fund's vision, so to speak, that the county would be an active participant in this process as well as a long-term steward of the property. So on the front end of the process, the county would be foreseen to be the applicant for state parks related grants that could go towards design and construction of this park. A precursor to that would be the property acquisition. So the Unified Trust in Colorado City would position themselves to in the future donate that property to the county. Of course, that action would be brought to the board for consideration and approval, as well as any grants that would be submitted. So that's why it's kind of important, as Chairman Lingenfelter has pointed out, for all the parties to get together at this early phase and likely entertain a memorandum of understanding, which again would be brought back to the board so that we can put this very, very, very exciting opportunity in motion.
Thank you. I see Kevin Adam in the back with a couple of his compadres. I'd like to ask you to come down, Kevin, if you would be so kind, just to introduce yourself to the board and your work on this project and what you envision. Good afternoon, Kevin. Thanks for being here today this afternoon.
Thank you, Supervisor Lingenfelder and fellow Board of Supervisor members. 19 months ago, the Wheel Fund came and briefed the Mojave County Board of Supervisors of what we're doing. We run after-school mountain bike clubs in 5 locations in Mojave County, 2 in Colorado City, 2 in Kingman, 1 in Topak. Reason why 2 of my compadres walked out is because they're delivering bikes to Topak. They came up to get them. We're giving them more bikes. So that's great. We have built 4 bike skills parks to date, 3 in Yavapai County, 1 in Gila County. And this is the first bike skills parks that we will be building without just private fundraising. These bike skills parks have been on school property. This is the first one we're building on private property. And unfortunately, we're not eligible for land water conservation funds, or else we wouldn't be asking to partner with the county, because nonprofits are not eligible for those. And we're going to raise the money to build the bike skills park. 5 years ago, I would have told you I don't know how to build a bike skills park. Now that we've built 4, I don't know how to build all the amenities, and I'm hopeful that your staff can help us with the Land Water Conservation Fund grant, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Supervisor, I put this on the agenda. I've been involved with this since the first day, and I worked with Director Latosky to first check and then recheck, because it was hard for me to believe that there was no Mojave County Parks presence in District 1. They're all in 4, and I mean everywhere else. I mean, Havas used to have Sarah Park, but then we sold it to the city. But there's never been a parks presence ever in District 1. So I thought this would be a great opportunity to have that presence in District 1, and pretty good deal that we've negotiated with this stakeholder group. Open it up to any questions anybody might have. Supervisor Martin.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to those of you, Dale, you guys, for coming up here and bringing this forward. You come a long ways to get up and talk for 2 minutes. So that says something to me, that when somebody is willing to come this distance just to give a vote of confidence on it, it's definitely worth looking at. And I commend you, and I think it's a great thing. And congratulations on getting your first park.
Let's hope. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was in Colorado City during the last 10 days and had an opportunity for the second time to take a look at this park site, and I completely am in support of this, and it is obvious from being in the community that the community supports it up there, so you certainly have my support.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Pirelli, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, first time I went up to Colorado City and Centennial Park was about 15 years ago when I was running for the State House. And they had a Pioneer Day celebration kind of thing, and they had it at one of the schools. And, you know, I was really taken back by seeing kids playing, you know, throwing football and just having a good time and playing. But I watched the older kids looking out for the little kids, and then I looked and I saw this is really strange, because I look at this picnic table and there's teenagers sitting there. Not one cell phone, I didn't hear one boom box, and they're all talking. And I'm like, my God, this is stepping back in time. You know, not one cell phone, nobody's looking at screens. They were all interacting, and they were actually, the kids were well behaved, and it was fun to see the bigger kids looking out for the little kids. And I think this is a remarkable opportunity for that area, because it's beautiful country up there. So as soon as they get those cabins built, maybe I'll come on up.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any comments, Supervisor Gould? No. I do have a motion to approve. Looking for a second, I believe. You second. Oh, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you very much. Item number 50. Discussion, possible action, receive advice from the board's attorneys regarding the leases and operations of the Mojave County Airport Authority. I believe we are taking no action on this.
Correct, no action.
Thank you, sir. Item number 51, discussion, possible action, discuss and appoint 2 employees or officers of Mojave County to serve as members of the Mojave County Airport Authority and to fill the vacancies.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we move to appoint Director Steve Latosky and CFO Luke Mornian as Mojave County representatives to the Mojave County Airport Authority to become members with the ultimate appointment to the Board of Directors.
We do have one person to sign up to speak on item number 51, Scotty McClure. And Scotty, I didn't call you on 50 because we took no action on that item.
Yeah, I know. I've never seen anything so important in any county that I've lived in than this. Has been just a fiasco. You've made it worse and worse and worse. You won't tell us anything, the public out here. You won't tell anybody anything. You just go ahead. Now you're appointing people already. Luke quit, I thought, the county. What the hell are you doing appointing him? We don't know why he quit. It's none of our business what a person quits his job and you're making him a manager of the airport? What the hell are you guys thinking? You haven't been...
Scotty, could you tone it down a little bit, please?
No, I doubt it. You've just not been truthful to us. These people belong in jail that quit. And you got 3 more board members or whatever, 3 or 4 more that should be in jail. There's got to be a grand jury down there. A grand jury, which Will Davis and company won't let us participate in. We never get to hear the grand jury comment on anything. Now, apparently, you're leaving Laughlin completely out of this. They're the ones, Harris and Riverside are the only ones that fly out of their regular. They ought to have a say-so. You ought to appoint Matt Laughlin. Matt Laughlin to this board. Or he could, or Harris CEO or whatever. But you need to include Laughlin. They spend the money there more than anybody in Bullhead does. That's why the airport's there. It's for Don Laughlin. He put it in. He's the reason why it's there. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But you guys have been so low life on not including the public. You've kept it way down there. On letting us know any information. You won't even give it to the press. Not that the press that we have here, the papers would print it. Oh, Jennifer says, yeah. Well, you need to investigate this, Jennifer. And especially these people that are still on the board, the good old boys club, which we got only rid of 4 of them. We got too many good old boys club that Hildy put in charge of them all. She was the one that's running that town and the airport. And now you guys are going to be in the realty business? And you're going to put Bullhead on this clown that doesn't know a damn thing. He's the president of the board already. You already got a president? You haven't even had a hearing 1 on this. I'm pissed!
Thank you, Scotty. We need a motion on item number 51, is that correct?
I believe there is a motion and a second.
Yes, okay, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 52, discussion, possible action, consider legal advice, and decide to accept or reject the counteroffer from South Point Energy Center, LLC, or take any related action. I'd open it up to the board for a motion. Or do we take a motion on item number? Yes, we do.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move that the board's attorneys proceed as directed in executive session.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Give that motion a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 53, discussion, possible action, receive an update from staff on fiscal year 26 grant fund spend to date, the amount available for grants in fiscal year 27, and provide direction to staff on the allocation process for 1 Arizona opioid settlement funds. Director Palmer?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. I have a very short presentation that will provide information to each of you in hopes that it helps to guide whatever decision you all come to. Just a quick review on the process through the years. So the first 2 years that we did the opioid grants through the opioid settlement funds, the first 2 we did it through a procurement process, and the third we did it through the Board of Supervisors. This is fiscal year 26 at the halfway point, so this is where we're at for right now, and I've split it up into districts. And it's gone. Not sure what happened there. Okay. Nope. Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, so this is where we're at. This was included in the backup documentation. I'll leave it up for a moment so you all can quickly peruse it. And as you can see, a couple of the districts awarded the same entity. So like Havasu Courts, that was both District 3 and District 5. And then in District District 1, 3, and 4 was AZYP. For fiscal year 27, the available funds overall $1,150,000. And then just because I did this last year, this is how much we spent for each region, is what we called it at that time. To keep with the region setup, I did it for fiscal year 26, although to be honest, a lot of these, it's difficult to separate it into region because they do overlap into various locations within Mojave County, with some of them serving all of Mojave County. So that is the information I have for today.
Could you go back to the final slide and review the per capita distribution for us?
So per capita, I took the total population within that region according to census tract data information, and then how much was spent in that area. And so in Bullhead City is $7.93, Kingman $9.69, Lake Havasu City $7.50, Colorado City and Centennial $67.92. Mojave as a whole, the entire Mojave County is 44 cents, and then Mojave Valley, Fort Mojave is $41.51.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, the reason I put this on the agenda, last year we went to the allocation method where supervisors made the decision, and that's an experience I don't want to go through again. I understand why we did that. There were concerns, I believe, in North Canyon, justified concerns about how the money might be allocated, and I would personally like to return to the process we used in years 1 and 2, and if we need to create an RFP that protects certain of the smaller rural areas, so be it. That's fine with me. I would prefer that Director Palmer and Director Acton be the people who manage this process.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have one question. When I saw this item, I emailed you a few times. Would you tell the board, is it possible, because I hear what Supervisor Letman says about not wanting to be actively involved in that process, but then there might be other supervisors that do want to be actively involved in their district in that process. Is there an opportunity to maybe have some sort of a hybrid approach where we'd have a district amount and then it'd go to like a first right of refusal? If the supervisor for that district wanted to be actively involved, they could continue to do that as we did last year. If they did not, as Supervisor Letman does not want to be, it would go to your panel and staff to make those recommendations.
Chairman Lingenfelter, as I stated in my email, we are open to doing whatever it is that the Board of Supervisors has discussed and decided upon and voted upon is how we will move forward.
I think that's really would represent a pretty fair compromise for, per district. You give everybody a first right of refusal. If they want to stay involved, actively involved, they're allowed to continue to do that. If they don't want to do that, then it would go back to the process that we used. Supervisor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. From my aspect, I want to be involved. I met with every one of those groups, talked to them, and I have followed up on it to see how it's going, and I am totally convinced that they have done a great job with what we have allocated them, or what I've allocated in my district. And like I said, for my money, I want to stay involved.
Yes, sir. Other comments? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think I'd rather have it allocated by the supervisors, and if a supervisor wants help from the health department or from procurement, they were offering. Apparently I need to poke the sheriff because I gave him $100,000 and he hasn't spent any money yet. So, it's fuzzy. But yeah, I like the way that we've been allocating it the last year.
Chairman, can I just ask clarification if that was the way that you went, where if some districts wanted to be involved, would we be excluding service providers that provide service in your districts from the RFP? That's just trying to think through the logistics of it. If 3 of the 5 supervisors want to designate how the funds are distributed within their district, and that leaves only 2/5 of the money available for an RFP. In the past, we haven't restricted anyone from offering. They just needed to show that they could provide services in Mojave County. So I would just want clarification on that. I wouldn't want us to end up in a situation where a board member felt like because they let procurement run the process, there were no funds being expended in their area.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question, and I'll let other supervisors answer this, but I think from when I think of it, not to overcomplicate it, and to think of the providers that we went with in District 1, one of the only things that we looked for is to make sure they were going to be providing services in District 1. That was necessarily not prohibiting them from providing services in other districts. I mean, you have one of the providers for District 1 was Arizona Youth Partnership. I think they're statewide. I mean, for certain they're countywide. And so I think that not to overcomplicate it. I mean, you don't want to say that they can't provide services across the district
would
boundaries.
we be focusing on the particular districts? If, again, this wasn't a scenario I had contemplated. If we were doing it on behalf of District 1 and District 4, would we be scoping it in such a way that we say you must provide services in either District 1 or District 4 in order to qualify? If you provide services in other districts, that's acceptable. I just want to get clarification if that's the direction that you go.
Well, from District 1, I think just making sure that we allow the supervisors to have that recommendation authority in those districts where they want that. And then if there's a first right of refusal and they don't want to do that, then that's that supervisor's choice. Other comments on that?
Sure.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
That just strikes me as really dysfunctional. So I think you're either going to go back to the way we had it in years 1 and 2, or we just repeat what we had in year 3. I don't think you can be halfway in between these 2 types of mechanism. That would be more confusing than this past year. Just my thought.
Thank you for that. Director Palmer, thank you.
One thing I would like to add is we are doing the meetings quarterly with each of the recipients, and we are inviting the supervisors to those meetings. Depending on how this goes, we can continue that aspect of the opioid project moving forward. And we're also developing, Chairman Lingenfelter received the first one, but we are developing a quarterly report that comes out of that meeting for each of you to review to see how the funds are doing within each of your districts.
I want to say thank you for that. One of the things that was important to me was some sort of performance metric to make sure that these dollars were moving the needle. Other comments? Supervisor Martin?
I went to one of those meetings and I enjoyed it. And because I got to see the people there that are involved in those programs and hear about what they're doing, successes and whatnot. So I appreciate that. I mean, to me, that's a real priority, important item for me, because that is a problem. And I appreciate having the opportunity to go to those meetings, those quarterly meetings, and meet with the people. So I just want to say for me, that's a great thing.
Thank you. Open it up for additional discussion or for a motion. It is, yes.
I'll go ahead and just to get it started, I'll make the motion that we revert back to the process we used in years 1 and 2 for the opioid settlement.
Thank you, Supervisor, for that. We do have a motion. Is there a second for that motion? Motion dies for lack of second. I would open it up again for discussion or an additional motion. Supervisor Gould?
I move that no action be taken.
We have a motion and second. Any additional discussion? Supervisor Martin, did you have any comments?
No, just
Okay.
to clarify, though, it's the way it is right now.
I believe that's the motion. Is that correct?
No action.
All right.
I think I'm outnumbered on this. Yeah.
An additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
You never know till you make your motion.
I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board. Item number 54, discussion, possible action, request the Finance and Human Resources Departments conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the Vector training program for all employees. The analysis should evaluate the total direct and indirect costs against measurable benefits and any quantifiable return on investment. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple weeks ago in my email, I received what I thought was a spam email that I was supposed to be taking mandatory training. And since I sit on the board that makes mandatory things, that was curious because I don't remember creating a mandatory program. So I had my assistant, I think almost at the same time she'd gotten the email and asked me what was this. I said, I don't know, find out. I'm unclear who decided that we should do this. Was it mandated? And really, if you look at the cost, if you add up the hours, it's 500 minutes, approximately. If you add up all these bloodborne pathogen, defensive driving, fire safety, hazard, workplace injury prevention, discrimination awareness in the workplace, drug-free workplace, general ethics in the workplace, sexual harassment staff to staff, and on and on. Some of these might be beneficial for particular individuals that are in those particular situations, but I don't know that they're required for everybody in the entire organization. So what I would like to see is I would like to see a cost-benefit analysis of this. If you're talking about a better part of $1 million in staff time on this, we need to justify to the taxpayer that this is beneficial, and how we do that is by doing a cost-benefit analysis of it. But I think we need to justify an expense that high if we're going to make everybody in the organization take this kind of training course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. Manager Alters, were you going to address this, or your director is going to address this issue?
Well, I will take a shot at it to the extent that training is historically been a part of what we do. An informed and trained employee is a valuable employee. We rely on training to ensure that our employees know the latest. We are self-insured county. The training that we provide relates to either areas like sexual harassment, driver training, workman comp. Those are all areas with federal laws attached to them. Exposure to the county is a real concern. We have actual claims. We we see those, whether it's workman's comp related to safety training or sexual harassment or actual vehicular accidents and so on through our ASIP. We are a member of the county insurance pool. Every member is required to uphold their end of what is required, including cybersecurity. Those are real exposures. A claim, whether it's drivers related, workman comp, sexual harassment, any of those can really add up to a lot of money. We get monthly updates from ASIP on a list of those things. So, to the extent that if the board wishes to have an analysis done, we'll do our best to provide one. It's hard to put price on something that your main goal and strategy is to prevent in the first place. The training is really designed for prevention of these claims and accidents and so on. These trainings vary in length between 15 minutes and 45 minutes. We are providing 30, 60, or 90 days to have them completed. We're not the only one that does training. Every other county and every other employer does so because it's smart investment. It's got a good return on that. So those are my thoughts. If you wish to have an analysis done, I would start by saying it is the cost of doing business to train employees, just as we train them on how to use a piece of equipment or a computer or a software. These are really very important. They're critical, they're preventative, and they're not unique to Mojave County.
Manager Elters, I'd have a question for either for you or for your HR director. How are these trainings differential to the trainings that people go through when they go through NEO, New Employee Orientation?
I will defer to Juliana to probably add some details. Our NEO, Mr. Chairman and board members, is now reduced to 4 hours, and much of it has to do with what is expected of employees, what are the benefits, how they sign up, so on and so on. So what we're trying to do is reduce the time employees spend at the NEO, which is New Employee Orientation. We want them to at least get minimal training before we put them out there on driving a vehicle or on a computer or piece of equipment. But we understand that we can spread these training, and so we try to do so through, like I said, the 3-phase, short, middle, and long, the 90 days. But we're trying to minimize also the time we have them spend in NEO on the first day of hire. And Juliana.
So, may I ask a follow-up question on that really quick?
Yeah,
I remember that the new employee orientation process used to be a day and a half, I believe a day and a half or 2 days, and now you say it's 4 hours? When did we make that change?
We have shortened it. Juliana, take it over, please, and provide any additional detail you can.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. So I'm going to divide this into, so for the NEO, we are trying different approaches for NEO at this point in time. NEO used to be a day and a half, right, and it was to be a full day reading county policies and procedures. So half of the day was reading county policies and procedures, then going through the regular presentation on benefits and payroll, how to enter your timesheet, and then we would have a whole component of risk management trainings and some of the HR component trainings. So what we are trying to do is that we found out that staff was highly exhausted by the time we got into some of the important trainings, and some of the policy reading, it was not like becoming effective at that point in time. So what we try to do now is try to consolidate into, actually not consolidate everything in one day, but separate the trainings. So NEO basically is going to go over the employee on the basics of becoming an employee for Mojave County, what is expected from them, and what we have to offer to them as employees, and additional trainings that they can take at their own time online, or they can schedule with risk management team. So in a few departments, some of the trainings are being given online, some are given on our training settings, but it doesn't need it today within a day and a half altogether. The benefits, payroll, all of this presentation stays the same during the day. The policies, we are putting trainings, we created a training calendar, which should be advertised pretty soon, where we are going to be going through personnel policies and procedures as part of an ongoing training. And those are videos, or they can be done on a classroom setting or online settings as well. So the goal of NEO is just because it was very tiring for the employees. What we got is that people would not remember at the end of the day anything related to the specific policies. So we just, instead of reading the policies, you know, from line 1 through the end of the policy, we are just giving like an overview of what expected and what the policy is related to.
So when did the new employee orientation process transition from a day and a half where you cover all of these topics to 4 hours?
So we've been doing some testings. It has so we tried this approach, like a half a day employee orientation on this last orientation to see how could we fit, like, you know, 2 different timings for going over those trainings. So we done one time, one half in the morning with employees in general, with all of their must-dos for employee orientation, and then we extend, basically we separated the group like last orientation to try one time how to separate the policies and procedures and orientation in one half a day, and then the trainings part of this training package. We added to this 4 hours supervisory training to the employee orientation, which was not a component, and which is about an hour. So it's actually not necessarily just like 4 hours, it's 4.5 hours, and then supervisors have another additional hour. And then the trainings can be done as part of this training package, either online, in person, as the department made the determination.
So I may not be hearing you right, but are you saying that this new training is sort of taking the place of what old school employees knew as new employee orientation?
Part of the training, so this training is more robust than what the new employee orientation training package was. The new employee orientation had basically the OSHA compliance trainings as part of the required new employee orientation program. This one has more trainings in addition to those compliant regulatory trainings.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
I had a question.
President Letman, thank you.
How are we doing on the adoption rate of this training? I mean, do we have a ballpark idea?
Yes.
We have 1,700 employees who I believe are required to take it.
Yes, so I just want to kind of clarify also how this was assigned, because not everybody got assigned every training. So we broke the training as basic training package for all employees, and everybody that has supervisory duties would have additional trainings, you know, like that would assist them with some of their supervisory duties. Even with the basic package, we did not assign trainings. There could be duplication for other trainings that they are already part of. For example, some offices already have some of those trainings, like the sheriff's office, for example, as part of their basic, their baseline training programs. So we did not duplicate with everybody. So within the Vector solution, which is the ASIP platform, we already have like over 30% of all the trainings completed, and the ones that we have to be completed within the first 30 days, we were last week very close to 85% complete.
But the objective is to have all 1,700 employees go through Vector Solutions training, correct?
Yes, without causing duplication. So for the courts, for the Superior Court, some of the trainings that we are providing to employees in general, part of the Vector solution, is already part of their COJET training, which is their annual training. So what we are doing, we are taking their certifications for their COJET trainings that are the equivalent or the same trainings that we have in Vector, and we are just adding to their profiles without having the employee having to take the same training twice.
Got it. So some of the feedback I received was about the consequence of not completing the training. What is the consequence of not completing the training?
So the trainings are not meant to be punitive. The trainings are meant to be, like resources for you as an employee with the county. So what we are trying to do, we created this training plan to be completed for this time, because we needed to do this catch up in 30, 60, and 90 days. If an employee doesn't complete the training, again, it's not meant to be punitive. We are monitoring compliance, individual compliance, through the performance evaluation of each one of the employees that receive a performance evaluation, and this is submitted to HR. So we go through the platform, we're running reports to also proactive advise the employee and the department. And as we see non-compliance or not completion of any of the trainings, we will reach out to the department. And this is going to be starting only mid-April. So we're going to be reaching out to the department and understand why the training was not completed. Within this process, we have been learning that some of the trainings are already given through these other programs, and this is how we are kind of molding and shaping this training program. So it's not meant to be punitive. There is a lot of conversations, there is a lot of working collaborative with the departments, with the employees, understanding some constraints. Some departments have busier times. They cannot complete within the timeline that we initially, determined to be a reasonable time. So we're kind of molding as we can, the goal is to find something that everybody agrees that it's workable for everybody.
Okay, my point on that is that the memo that came out that covered this did seem a little punitive, a little bit. It was kind of, we wouldn't process payroll adjusting paperwork or something for employees who didn't keep it. Is that what I understood or not?
No. So what I put on the memo is that if an employee has not completed the training and an RPA, which is a request for personal action, which could lead to an employee receive that 3% increase per performance, according to the performance evaluation document, if there was not a completion of training, that those documents I would not sign right away, because I would just reach out back and see what happened. And this is how I'm trying to collaborative working with the departments to be able to complete the training. Now, with that being said, it doesn't mean that this is going to be denied. What it means is that they may have said that if let's say a performance evaluation comes in with a request for increase, supposed to be on the next pay period, but it comes right at the deadline of closing payroll, and we are not able to understand why trainings were not completed. If that request for that increase doesn't come into that pay period while we are discussing, it will be retroactive to the date that was earned, just because we are trying to look into what was happening at that point in time.
Got it. How often are we going to repeat this training?
So some of the trainings, they are yearly trainings that needed to happen. So there are trainings on that package that they needed to be completed on a yearly basis. Those are the OSHA requirements, some of the OSHA requirement trainings. And I'm going to send, once we complete this first phase, everybody's trained, I will send the ones that specific groups will have to take yearly. So some of those groups have to take some of those yearly, mainly the ones that deal with exposure, like bloodborne pathogens. So health department staff, some of the detention center staff that deals with some of those exposures. Some of the drivers, in public works and roads, they have to take trainings on a yearly basis. But not all of those trainings have to be taken by everybody every single year. We will try to push things such as refreshers, which are much smaller trainings, instead of let's say if you pick a 1 hour sexual harassment training. So the refresher may be taken every other year. And then and this is where we're trying to shape how this is going to look like moving forward. I think this first year is just to get everybody caught up on trainings, and then moving forward, we will just, that is not going to be the sizable package of training assigned.
Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Director, is this training, is it employee unique? For example, the sheriff's deputies, they need certain type of annual training because they're in life and death situations, okay? But somebody, a clerk, do they have to go through driver's training?
Supervisor Borelli, no. So the initial training,
Yes
no. So what happened is that the sheriff they have their own training package, which is very robust, separate from us. For the clerks, for example, if the job description doesn't encompass driving, then the driving requirement is taken at one time as a defensive driving, because eventually even somebody might be driving, even if it's their personal vehicle for county business, right? So if the job itself does not encompass frequent driving, then they don't need to take the driving.
To that point, I think that needs to be a little bit more tailor-made.
Correct.
Because if I show up and I have a clean driving record and I have a valid driver's license, I have no accidents, my background covers it, I don't think I need to go through any other training. If somebody's got it, you understand, it should be unique.
Yes, and this is what we are trying to understand.
And the problem with OSHA, if OSHA had their way, every employee would be bubble wrapped and wearing helmets. I've been through the OSHA training. It's ridiculous. I had to teach the class.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Director Demers, how much of this is OSHA required?
So I think there is the first 6 trainings there, I believe those are OSHA requirements.
Say again.
I believe, I don't have the list in front of me, but I remember that about like 6 of them are OSHA required
Okay,
trainings.
so 6 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 6 out of 16 of them are OSHA required. So we're going to need a list of which ones are OSHA requirements.
Okay.
Also, I'd heard the health department had already trained their employees, and now they have to retrain their employees again.
Supervisor Gold, so this is the collaboration that we are kind of trying to reach with everybody. So every time we receive a department would come to us, we have a specific group of HR analysts that are working on this training plan. So every time we are notified by a department that trainings is already part of the department specific training program, the specific trainings from this group get removed from those specific employees, and we will take the department training in lieu of the ones that are on the list.
And then I still have to be concerned about the benefits of this drug-free workplace. So I'm going to take a class on why I should have a drug-free workplace. I already know why I should have a drug-free workplace. So you make me take a test on a drug-free workplace is ridiculous. Most of these things, since I've been a politician for 25 years, if I did these things, you would know about them because it would be all over every place because I go through an exam every 2 or every 4 years. The entire world, you could look it up on Google and see if I'd ever been accused of this stuff. But we really need a cost-benefit analysis on this to make sure that this is really worthwhile for the taxpayer. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of training. Training is maintaining, and maintaining is training, but some of this stuff just goes overboard.
Supervisor Martin, you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. Having been here just 14 months, I had to take the new employee training, and then I have almost completed this training. And I did notice that there's a lot of overlap from the NEO stuff on this. But you know what? I looked at it objectively, and some of it, you know what, wasn't a bad idea. It really wasn't. It was worth my time, I thought, to sit there and read some of that stuff and to refresh myself about what was going on. So, like I say, I'm just about done with it. And, other than some of the repetitive stuff that I got as a new employee, I didn't have a problem with it.
Mr. Chairman.
Who tells me to do things?
Manager Elters.
Really quick, if I can, understanding the value, as I stated, of these training and using a tool to encourage employees to complete it is really what was intended with the completion of the training is necessary for the evaluation at the end of the year. Evaluating employee performance is the intent of that, and it does include training, how well they're keeping up and whether they're completing it or not. Not to deviate, but cybersecurity training, we keep saying we're one click away from a breach. We require employees understanding, please, that we have turnover. We have people leave and people come on board, so we're going through a new employee orientation very frequently. The cybersecurity, we gave them an entire year to get it done, and on January 5th of this year, we had few employees that had not completed last year's. We had to follow up with them by phone call and say, if you do not get it done, you're not going to have access to our county network, because our system is only as good as all of us, and one weak link will expose the entire system. So we're working with what we have. There's really value to it. A trained employee is an informed employee. It helps with productivity. It helps employees know. And I will tell you, we understand that some of it may seem like second nature. You would be surprised how many claims or concerns or investigations HR does annually related to issues like sexual harassment and the likes. You would be surprised the number of claims that counties have, including this county, with ASIP. So I really, it's important to share with you that these are real and we experience them, and we want to make sure our employees are trained and know what's acceptable and what's not. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'd like to say that I support Supervisor Gould's item on this, as listening to everybody's valid opinions and discussions. And I would have liked to have had some conversation. I know this isn't on the agenda, but on the process of taking the NEO process from 1.5 days to 4 hours. I don't remember any discussion on that. And I also believe in the 80-20 rule. You mentioned all the ASIP claims. I believe in the 80-20 rule, that 20% of your employees are going to give you 80% of the problems. And so I'm a big fan of, you put everybody through all of this stuff at the very beginning, the first 1.5 days. They go through all this stuff. And then every single one of our departments has a training budget. And they go through their training and their recertifications and all these things that they have to go through. That's why we give them, as the Board of Supervisors, a training budget as a department to go train where they need to train and keep that professional certification up, or the accreditations that they need up. But then if you have an individual that has to be put on a employee improvement plan, then maybe they need some of these additional trainings as a part of that employee improvement plan if they're falling short. And that should go into that. But I don't think that you should penalize the majority of the employees having to go through this stuff annually when they should have gone through it day 1 and 2 with NEO, and then they go through their training that we give them the training budget for in their department. That's department specific. And then if they get put on an employee improvement plan, then maybe there's some other things that we need to give them some refresher trainings on before we let them go as a part of the documentation process. But I think that I'm not quite sure that this is that the quantifiable return on investment, I'll use your language, is so superior that it beats NEO. That's my thought. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also need to remember that we have other elected officials that have employees. We've got a sheriff's department, we have an assessor, treasurer, and recorder. And I don't know, one of them just sent me a text that said they were not consulted, nor did they collaborate on this. And those folks should have, they're elected officials, they should have the freedom within reason to run their employees the way that they choose. You know, they're not just county employees, these are elected officials that were chosen by the voters. Thank you, sir.
Definitely a certain an additional facet to this whole thing.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters, thank you.
You know, again, not to argue, and I respect what the board comments are. As far as the county employees in elected or non-elected department, they're county employees, their actions expose the county, and I firmly believe, and I'm just suggesting to the board, that all county employees need to be consistently informed and trained. We can discuss which training, whether it's all of them or some reduced form, whether we do it in 30, 60, or 90 days. But there's no difference. But ASIP does not care whether an employee is a part of an elected department head or not. And when it comes to cybersecurity, we all have phones and we all have computers and we all have the ability to click on something that we're not supposed to if we're not trained. And I guarantee you, and if you want, we can have further discussion on that and have Nathan tell you, the board, how often in a given year we're sending testing emails, phishing, because that's what bad guys do, and many do not recognize that and click on it.
Manager Elters, I might be confused. Is that not a separate training that Mojave County employees have had to go through annually that's set apart from this new vector training? I mean, I remember being on the board. This is my 5th year. I've had to go through that IT-specific training every year on the computer.
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right. There are two separate ones. The outcome is the same. It's exposure to the county. We handle cybersecurity training different and away. But my point is, just as there is exposure with cybersecurity, there's exposure with other areas as well, whether it be in workman comp claim or OSHA related or other ones.
Open it up for a motion or additional.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I move that the board requests that the Finance and Human Resource Departments conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the Vector training program for all employees. The analysis should evaluate the total direct and indirect costs against measurable benefits and any quantifiable return on investment.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 55. Discussion and possible action, revisiting and modifying negotiation procedures related to the hiring of the county manager. Supervisor Gould.
No actions required.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have an action? There could be action. Supervisor Lemon has a title.
Okay. I move that the HR director proceed with direction given in executive session.
I'll second that.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 56, discussion, possible action, adopt short form proposal, Mojave County sponsor advisory engagement for the Laughlin Bullheads International Airport. Authorize the chairman of the board to sign any related documents incidental to this agreement.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just give an overview of what this is. Mojave County is the owner of the Laughlin Bullhead City International Airport. We are the FAA sponsor, and as such, there are certain responsibilities that the FAA sponsor has to do when it comes to grants as a federally supported airport, which most airports are federally supported. This organization, this Capstone Aero Solutions, is a organization that helps government entities navigate the FAA regulation process, grant applications, and would allow Mojave County to step back into its role as a sponsor, working with the board as we make the transition that's going on with the MCAA. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion already? Yeah.
I have a motion for you. I move to approve the Mojave County Sponsor Advisory Engagement Agreement between Mojave County and Capstone Aero Solutions for the Laughlin Bullhead International Airport.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisors. We have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. We'll move to call to the public. Scotty McClure.
Scotty's from Bullhead. Gee, I'm sure glad you passed a couple more things without letting the public have a damn thing to say about it. This airport thing. You sure left Laughlin out of it. You left the public out of it. And now you've given Travis Pruitt, he's already the president, and now you've given Travis full authority to do whatever he's going to sign. I'd like to know how much FAA experience you have, Travis Lingenfelter. Do you have a pilot's license? Have you ever managed an airport? But you're able to sign away whatever they bring before you, you and Travis. What a great deal that is for the public here. The public's been left out of this like I don't ever believe. And that's your fault, Will Davis. Or your boss, whatever, whoever wants to get mad at me, I suppose, both of you. This vector training, what a sweet deal that is. Don't you remember we need all this training? That, like, hide underneath your desk. That'll save you from a nuclear bomb. I mean, you got to be kidding me. How dumb is the public? Letting the government get up our, you know what? More rules, more government. Oh, jeez. I wasn't going to say anything about either one of those, but I'm glad to see the planning and zoning finally has 10 members on it again. Remember, I've been griping for months to have, so somebody, I don't know who was not on the board. Bo Helms got off the board and he was immediately replaced. So you did a good job getting him, getting somebody else on there. I don't care who it is. We need to have a say-so, Bullhead. But now I see we got a unanimous 10-0. Here I hold an all-access American Pass. This gets me into 2,000 federal parks for free, along with 3 other people. Now, Bruce Succi's he's introduced a bill to let the same thing, disabled, veterans. If you're in a wheelchair, you don't have to be a veteran, whatever. If you got a handicap plate on your car, you're getting into state parks for free. I'd like to see the county get ahead of this business and have it ready, if it passes in the state, that the county parks are free now if you launch a boat, that's extra. If you eat there, you stay overnight, that's extra. But I'd like to see the county parks let disabled people, seniors, etc., whatever you guys decide on. Now, if they camp overnight, they got to pay for camping fees. In California, we had all 4th graders got a thing. They got on for free, and they could take their parents.
Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. At the last meeting, I postponed talking about the animal shelter fees issue. So I would like to revisit that. I am absolutely horrified at the arrogance and the elitist attitude from Chairman Lingenfelter in purporting that people who may not be financially completely solvent for the next 12 to 15 years have no business adopting a dog from the county shelter, and that it's perfectly fine to raise fees, because if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have a dog. Well, as someone who has dedicated my entire life to dogs, who essentially ran the animal shelter for the city of Quartzsite after they had to close their own shelter at my own expense, I know a thing or two about animal shelters. And I have been a supporter of Nathan Winograd and the No Kill of Adoptables Animals movement since its inception. And you can buy the manual, the 2025 book. It's $15.99 on Amazon. And it's called the No Kill Companion. It's a reference manual for legislators, policymakers, shelter managers, board members, other stakeholders. And, you know, it has topics on proposed legislation. The point is, you do not want to warehouse man's best friend at taxpayer expense. You want to keep them out of the shelter, and you want to get them out of the shelter. One thing that you could do, and I spent countless hours on this subject, is you could decouple dog at large fees and impoundment fees for owners so that they could come get their dog without it being held ransom. Put the dog back in the home that it's familiar with instead of a high-stress shelter environment, and send the people the bill separate from reclaiming their animal. I got a lot of things like that that I'd like to see done. But the fact is, a dog who spends its life with a homeless man on the corner has better quality of life than a dog who spends all its time alone in a mansion with its physical needs taken care of. Dogs are social animals. They don't belong in crowded shelters. There's a lot of things that we could do, but if you're going to raise fees, I suggest you raise them on the city of Kingman for taking in their animals, because they cut the county no slack on building permits and fees. I think it cost the taxpayers of Mojave $40,000 that we didn't even ask to be waived in order to take in and care for their animals. Thank you.
Diana Francis.
Board Chairman, appreciate the opportunity. Diana Francis, and I live in Golden Shores, Arizona. So Joy couldn't come today. She asked me to speak regarding our water district, the Golden Shores Water Company, and now they have a new name, but nonetheless, we don't have water access often. I have my own well. I've offered people water at no charge to come down, and I will fill up their containers or whatever, because I do have a well. But they've had water shut off for days, not all at once, but they'll turn it back on, and then it'll have to be, there's breakage of pipes. It's an issue. And I'm concerned about all of our water. They keep building every place. How is everybody going to have enough water? Because the water table keeps dropping. And you guys are a lot smarter than me, but it does concern me that the water tables drop and people are without water and more people are coming in. You got to supply water to everybody that's coming in, but you can't when there's no more water. It's a problem. So secondarily, if I could speak, I put it on the paper. All over Facebook, it's about Mojave County and how corrupt it is. That's not directed to anybody here, me specifically. I just keep reading about it, and I wish the board would direct what's being said. I'm sure some of you must see it and must know about it. For me, I'm not that smart and all that, but it's popping up on Facebook continually about the corruption in Mojave County, and I wish the board would take a look at that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Christopher Craney. Afternoon.
Afternoon. Christopher Craney, founder and CEO of the Arizona nonprofit People Against Sex Trafficking. I formalized my nonprofit in 2022, but I've been an activist fighting against sex trafficking since 1987 when I was 7 years old. I would like to see sex trafficking illegal at the county level. It's already illegal at the state and federal level. So I'd like to ask staff for review for the future agenda. I've been researching the exploiter model, where the actual sex trafficker is held accountable. So one obvious example is the Telegram case, where a Russian cybercriminal, Pavel Durov, he was arrested in France in August 2024. He just made his first statement 3 days ago since his arrest. So this relates to unfortunately, a local resident here in Kingman was observed on Telegram to be working in concert with prostitutes. I believe that was 2024. So for funding, I would like to see private funding instead of public funding. Some ideas I have, obviously this needs more research, but a casino in partnership with the Arizona Tribal State Gaming Compact, there could be an amendment to that. It would also help to support indigenous people. I just want to say that indigenous people matter and their lives matter. The second would be a tax on Pornhub, a Montreal, Canada corporation, Snapchat, Meta, Telegram, Kick, Signal, etc. There's all kinds of corporations who, let's be honest, all these little applications they have, they are mostly for prostitution. And these corporations are engaging in organized sex trafficking. So we could tax them. I'd propose a death penalty for sex traffickers. Otherwise, they could traffic people from prison all over again. E.g., the Warren Jeffs case. Warren Jeffs was, there were allegations that he was still organizing the sex trafficking from prison in Texas. And then finally, for solutions, I would like to see a data center with experimental computers that could help fight against sex trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are adjourned. Thank you, board.